to experiment and then to turn this and then to trade. Show a quick digression. The Akofa slave trade you grab by Abrofono, led by the Portuguese, Don Diego de Azambujanum. They were looking for a trade route to buy spices or eastern part of which is India. Spices, and then accidentally in their sailing, and then they sighted human beings along the coast of West Africa, especially Ghana, along Krobante, Elmina. I don't almost see it was they came in contact with that accident purposely. So we said that here from Portugal, here Elmina. It was an accidental fine. And one who said, I say nipa along the coast. And one curiosity. And then whatever began. And then they turned into little to buy the share or the maybe near your maybe to your grandfather or man of Peteshi. See. And then it turned into slave trade. Because before maybe a so what to say me a friend say Achibobo. Giant thank of we would do woman in Africa, woman Jeffrey, would almost call America home drop sugar key. Yes, society Mako. No more bansuna. Maybe before soon say, again, you see after so woman or hidden or Kromanti Elmina and one bottle of snap. And a small piece of mirror, or so who knew that woman a piece of you were shadow who image. Hey, no, I say, who that the near let's say, psychological was a good number and be a woman be that. Then, I got fat unia, Titiwanos, yes, who were Busium Crana, who fat, and now Papa to make a bob, make a bob, see our papa. A yana, not my family, Yabako, Yama, so Papa Smile, and even the entrance. Na maybe Bosiana Bedi and Ponha, maybe Tia, no matter Mindiana. Mammy Tia, let's say, what fun, not just any scanner, Bedi and Miniana. Now it's slave, now they would be torn. San Cacrasa, and I see a huge business and over fire in millions of the acquire slaves. Now, when we now we have no next say, a young tree, no, I am you so near Janamaya lazy, and a master. Illicit trade in slavery buy. Secondly, he had a sharp creative potential. Can rather see across to be a boat. Near ye sailing from Cromancy, Elmina. Near ye sailing across Senegal, across near Costa, near your Cotsy Abrofon Womba as slaves. But it didn't happen like that. Rather, one they were fired the Ecoy. Nina the other Coy, Yadreno, a year lazy, will be a superior brain. Not Wabunkama Faso. One Madreno, they are superior. The neck and now they are so using their superior brain to do things. Yes, yeah, your brain is yes, you find yet be a creative. That is what I meant by that. Okay. Your belief system, we are so lazy in terms of say, you boy who cry. Say, baby, I need me when I was growing up, ne Kumasi Krasi near friend Garden City. 1961. And they say you cannot call Kumasi a Garden City. Yeah, step backwards. From me, baby, I'm in 1961 and 2020. Kumasi and you cannot call Kumasi Garden City. Higher time. Just say we are walking backwards. And so can you walk forward motion. Na ni nyina adwene e de motivate me yesa nti na me de kan ye na me kan.
I see. Na just say one way or the other na say me to see here we are not being so adventurous enough because also check.
That's right, that's the key word. We are not adventurous enough.
We not being adventurous. Okay. Now
the moment you ever start adventurous once you bit me ya near much said ya about year about we are very very adventurous. They experiment. They experiment. They do things. If you are no more, and so no, you're not 10 na baby. Yes, you're there yet. Say, oh, you be piano. You see, Yami Baye. Oh, farmer Yami Baye. Yami will boy were created in his own image. Wamaya Jenny. And our brofo, Eddie Ebia, mobile phone, and the Kutawa iPhone 6, 7, 8, and the Kutawa. When you and I were young, telephone. That be. What do you finger? I said, more 10. na ba tiri saa mako and one more move from there no say your mobile phone it can be another they are experimenting uba yen so African so ye di bibia koto belief system say there is a superior being be external force be one wo ba be bibia dia maye ya ye nim ba kro ba bi ofiri ba ya ye friend nyankopon ebi no so friend bosom uba hankofo ekọ bosom wa asofo nu yi wo mo obi kọ so okoji tumi me kura say makatre oda so we afia me kai we me free abrochire betra Ghana ha and then so Ghana ha radio stations the door so pa na bia na these so-called pastors will take over all the airwaves anadu be 1 a.m. mada so for be preach me already or me bedroom hey obi a person kwa abrochire wo be hunu a oba boa mo akọ open visa me so kwa abrochire da minim say me kwa abrochire visa no enye osofo na visa again again I'm come back to the beginning of my discussion say many people are lazy. They don't use their brain, no, which is only a thinking power no war. And a metro number no, also for the number be too ho. What say we and I'm a friend, I'm so for people show your friend me coffee because I'm a boy so for no. Before me did part as a coffee, my father bear my car. Also they claim say want to be caught in the spiritual realm. It's me who be me bo me did coffee. That's about one. Na me catch say nkofo connection man agi me sika di me say me kwa bruchi say ha me pa tinchira me say me ko o si yo kofi first of all wo fie edin pa na me si yo mate ga obi e wono asofo kwa ni fie edin e na etira no pa bi mra be hu no na me ba me fa white handkerchief emiensa ene mmoba kitikiti be be 3 e na me ba obeye nyama ne be bi ama me e be boa me eno makwa abruchi what can we am so we kwasi ampani pa wo mu klemu se wo mu timi nyam wo ye nyami nipa nyam wo timi ni nyankopon kasa wo timi ehunu se mi kofi no matra broche 50 years what they want timi ehunu na me ba be hu no obi a mi kwa broche kwa mi bi kwa na wo kwa bi enwo ya wo kwa bi an wo ti class wo be catch me say me ba be hu no because the thinking of many people say woman the adwere ato obi say obi ba boa omo atro activist abo omo spiritually me say me level of it is not true me ni sad ni say obi na be boa o that's what no osofo na so oba abu kira wo kokoji visa wo koji say ye nyina wo sa life any for enti wo di patutu no aye lazy mentally one belief system, one genius say obi say power be bosom and now spirit be obe external never one and also enye the correct and na ya lazy generally ama yentimi and you see all the creative potential and media no to become more adventurous take out be responsible for our development bibia le tu nyame se bom paye nyame beyo I keep telling people nyame no waboy awie bibia no bi mo be ya man. The world is in our hands. Wabo me wabo broni awie. Abrofo no do obo adwene aye elupre ya ye mobile phone ya ye car dem woman ka say nyame beye eniama Oxford Street nice bridge why if ni nyame na ye nipa na ye yenso kumasi ha aye kantantan no nipa so the sa create a filter no eno ase ka ye create ya adwene ye sharp ye more adventurous ebema yetini aye Kumasi ni nkran ne takwale said the land no ye ni Johannesburg no nti ye no answer to my belief system concept and kai no largely no ye TBBD external force bi a ye nim so ye broni o ye kokko ye TB pass BB force bi free baby na ba beboa ye and so me ni I don't think anya no correct yes I think me nim say anya no correct na so yes your belief system no and na action ya ma yakechi
I see na ofa wabon komo pa on say corona yi ba ye no say wa hwe hu a one way or the other no e ko so enuanum bi say omunye more creative kakra so me sure so hu ni ma na enuanum bi ayeye no me hu a particular one I me alma mater Kumasi High School for I think it's one teacher from Kumasi High School my say airline industry no person more adopt adia sa teacher ni na ye no so ofemu a disinfect the whole body no so
very good
before you get on board, right? Which is quite interesting. Now let's just say one way or the other no you can say disaster and yeah Africa around the world you know to say corona you know amani maybe nanke ni honum no na say maybe na honum they have topped up, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say you can say disaster idea etimi ekenya your adventurous energy no so
necessity is the mother of invention.
Okay, beautiful.
Necessity I have necessity say we have in Africans should take advantage near use our creative potential because your materials you know nanka I've been praying for say the vaccine to conquer this COVID-19 corona in Africa for a because your plants in all the green leaves in yari abrofu no bebebe nyina wo mo ba Africa and South America tropical countries you know and wo take plants you know na ya go through processing different type of processes and experimentation ni extract bibi afiri na ya add bibi chemicals chemistry ya add and subtract na end up ni test na ya aye emwa first we ni human trial na fe aye drug na to ya a huge multi-billion industry na raw materials large free tropical part of the world and yet the temperate part of the world plantation and also I won't go on we are boy had Africa and in South America and one plantations and there pharmacies drops in free scientific world one free.
I see. Very interesting. Now question I'm me busa and say adventure, right? And you bet much in classroom.
Bibia obet me atre kakra. Oh, na and only a point a be a quan. Oh, say and no ye emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Just say obi owa asem to no anu dza no usu gu ne yem why emotional no usu obi su bi to no Africa na ma na ni aye ten mo and you check your friend emotional intelligence akwa say in the physical sense no abofai bi a friend no artificial intelligence which is running the show in the whole world now and then abutre de who rubber bia kane no ba bia be wura bia wodo sa eso door handle no bie and the wura a picky woman that door never be a glass door. You go, that's artificial intelligence. Is that not true?
I see.
No, people sound.
Yeah, and the console and artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Offices will be just about 1 yard, there 3 feet. Now image there's a sensor be a picky yard, then the door automatically there be.
Yeah.
You don't have to touch the door. There artificial intelligence. And yet draw and your bosom and yet knowledge and your physics. Yeah, you see our classroom. And you have mathematics and contact and a physics. Yeah, you see. Woman, your sensor. The door rather be a glass. We have one fast then the door will open and then it close by itself. All these are I go all over Abuja. Yeah. Yet Africa, maybe I could be out of sack and so be good. Oh, now example, yeah, I don't know. Also,
on say, Jinti Amami Busa say, you bet me actually a adventure, a classroom, no, right? See a bit much ready, anyway, Busa say, a quan beso, and a befa, actually, sad, our classroom. Memoir home so kakra.
Now line, it's not network, you know.
I think say I don't know. Say they be now about Woody and Chia. On say
maybe hold on.
Okay. All right. Yeah, offer you. Yeah, may offer you my train kakra. So na yama ejamensa akwaba. Ejamensa enke ye sure say nkomoni ene de. Onke bi ansa na yakoye ne. Ejamensa bamaso.
Green cashier.
Beautiful. Sabo koze.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yamina Dumara.
Excellent. And yeah, young quay. Yeah, sure, send common on our work, Kevin Yanko. Alright.
Sister, I may can be crack. Now, it's a baby.
Good.
Ghana, a year, only there. Oh, you believe so? Many are the two different because independence, I could kakra because of education, abroad for no on yazi. Often, of course, when your degree and your lawyers, lawyer. Your friends and William Coretta nomina JB Dankwa Lamte Akufuado nomina arrest brain nomina law Oko Fuller Bay University. She alone when Oko University, most of them. Now independence now young painful obedi no feel there you lack in so many ways. Now, fortunately, seeing advices from other places are also experience the best practices of life. Ebini the boa in a Krubi or the library crowd to know one crime. Now, Jeffrey Brain nomina some experience for the economists of a boy hen. No, or catch in there. Man be you education is number one. You technical men more into we at the Tech University of Science and Technology. You be train engineers and yama. No introduce some science subjects or into obey no bruchi. I remember medicine as the one crank of 4 posted there. Ghana obey train doctors in your booking of PE. A lot of people were against it. But Nkrumah put his foot down. Not set up at the so and so. Now, or set up in the state, we train tech with technocrats. Or no man industries, Technocrats, experienced people. Why watch as you pass through Jim Panadi or the Bidding Babuchi, Bushua, the minimum pay when was the minimum. When you found Babu Choya technocrats. Na 1981, the Warishan Bino. Now, Opam Wonina technocrats. DH mentioned Numina Babu Chiha. Hello.
I never answer. Why?
The Graf Johnson in Nyamikumi, a far Botswana. Oh, technocrat because. Sa PDC funo or the no too bad for one as I'm for one to acquire police anti-revolution at office of a Pamon. So we put square pegs in round holes. Yet therefore no. We didn't put the right people at the right places. Oh, on what continue up to now no. Most of the people are all at the harbor. Oye juma wo are oye juma ha oye juma ha nyina wo nyina yeah at the square pegs most of them but remember that he akwe obaye ai kufori peni sika man mpianim mpianim was expelled from the country ogwanin a children obey why the kufoye no obey the papa da bia mo borin sin manyin that means chemistry on so permanent oko Kenya on in a man or university funa obafa no obey vice chancellor University of Ghana Professor Bene also the same kofo akan so many of the people I know painful know this yenyima minimum hono pam nyina oni no na obuti ha ebinim wo the Germany ebinim wo USA or I tamoya refan engineers so good ones di nyina wo pam nyina ko adi Kuwait nim na di hono ko ye djuma nti ye problem no revolution no ba 1981 no
koso
1981 no, or bring us down no, because 400 factories. How come the 400 factories na obogu? Today the Kofichumu Okese chocolate that the near only one factory or the process beans, into powder na the hunyamanyama, not the chocolate. So you will continue and say, why we see bad three a crew Kumasi Sunyani Nankran. None to compete among themselves and just the education. A crew or Takradino, no, near beans Simon on process during the NDC full time, no, the close it down. I'm sure that is a we are. It's a fault. On your belief, we put wrong people at the wrong places. Until my man, 1 year now, we are still grappling with the problem.
No, I can't say belief system. Belief system, yeah, dear.
Believe we are spiritual as the
belief system.
Believe we are faith.
So
belief system is faith. That's it. But talk about knowledge. We have got the knowledge. The right people have got the knowledge to do the work, practical experience, or knowledge, We didn't give them the opportunity to run the economy for us. That's what done for. And you believe we are.
You see, belief system, right? A set of principles or tenets which together form the basis of a religion, philosophy, or moral code. And
exactly so. Yeah, that's to my point.
And would you say a yachuma sama no
cannot do with our belief? It has nothing to do with our faith. Believe there. Traditional, you believe in your it doesn't.
But you
applying the wrong principles, putting the right labor, the proper places,
But that the whole Kenya are part of belief system, isn't it?
No, it's not part of belief system.
You see.
It's not part of what
you see, do not. I'm saying,
I for some time. I remember now. I continue. I for some time. Experiences here. Now, for being no risk, be a better now. We need how to operate it. How can the platform perform?
Material can ask you, but I don't say it's like you are restricting belief system. No, what you believe in internet. I say a religion, so, but it goes beyond religion. As I say, belief system. No,
the first has nothing to do with technical know-how.
Hey, it has nothing to do with technical know-how.
Yes, technical know-how. I didn't watch you. They've learned that they've gone through the mill. Now with their experience, with their deep thinking, to get this thing done. Or you believe in that the religion and one of the man of the year.
Okay, all right.
All religion they abandoned it long time ago. This is a chapel. Old people more from a beer and cross or beam.
All right, now
you believe.
Mami Musa wo say ye round square pegs and ye round holes, right? What would cause someone to do that?
But this is exactly what we did. Now I'm catching there. What revolution by no? Never do well to do.
Let me ask our history. We want to know what would cause someone to do that.
Stupidity, and a greediness.
Okay.
They wanted to get the things for themselves through the back door without having the knowledge. And the practical experience.
And you are saying, say, a greed and a stupidity, right?
Stupidity and then a brilliant.
Okay, all right. Now, would you say, greed, stupidity, abron, they are all part of belief systems?
Part of what?
Belief system.
No, it's acquired. Greediness is acquired. But
where do you get belief system from? Where do you get them from?
Believe is faith. Believe in it is faith, religion.
Okay, all right.
or say I visa. Let's say alcohol more handkerchief in that type of believe in America. No. That's not our downfall.
Okay.
Our downfall is putting the people at the wrong places. Okay. That's our downfall.
All right then. Young Famensa.
That has nothing to do with belief.
You better what's it? What's it? You better what's it?
Also, cobra. Now you get it. That's rubbish.
Okay. All right then. Ajamensa. You better what's it? Emrebe mua. Say you okay. No asaba. Why? Thank you very much. Young Famensa. Ana Monte say ono abamuntem. Ababuya nkomo no. A very interesting comedy. Mame ko Abe's way. Na Abe ewia masako ye wo fa kofi twum berima eso. Abe ba maso. Abe ene ma ni munye du kakra. Why? Saboko di.
Yeah, Jamie.
Good. Ene yenkwe na so boy nkomo kakra. Why?
So what do you want me?
Hey.
I
heard you what did you hear? What made you jump on the wagon as soon as possible?
You were asking Mr. True whether adventurism can be taught.
I was asking him what? Whether
adventurism can be taught.
Yeah. Being adventurous can be taught. I asked him that.
You were asking Mr. Mensa. Somewhere actually. Why people put square holes in round pegs?
That's right.
Papa Smiley, this particular topic you are discussing, the issue you are discussing, is the cause of our problems.
Okay.
Do you understand? Personally, adventurism can be taught, and I feel one or two aspects of our education which we have overlooked. We all went to school. I mean, what we were taught was, we need to teach our people how to think, how to reason. You understand? How to think in particular should be taught. Adventurism is taught or is taught in certain societies. But we see it as a pastime or something. If you are playing football, what are you doing? Here it is taught somehow as an outdoor game or physical education. When we were growing up, we saw physical education as punishment because of the way it was carried out. You understand? We were not taught or shown the benefit of physical education. So most of us, if we had our own way, we would run away from that physical education. You understand? But in certain societies, it is well organized. I mean, the people are really, taught in a more acceptable way. But teaching, especially teaching being taught how to think, I think is one area we have overlooked.
Okay.
And sometimes I feel the people teaching us themselves don't even know. It is inconceivable to go and tell the education ministry that teach people how to think. They will not accept it. Well, we are teaching them already. No, Papa Smiley. The issue you asked Mr. Samuel about, he was saying stupidity. But as well, it's not stupidity. Look, it is because the people employing or putting the square holes in the brackets in the square in circles themselves, they don't know what they are doing. Out of ignorance. Look, he was right in saying sometimes I find it very, very difficult to describe what Rawlings did in Ghana was not revolution, it was insurrection. It was insurrection, it wasn't revolution. He never revolutionized anything. You understand? Because what Rawlings did, he himself has not got the experience. He has not got the exposure. He just read maybe Che Guevara or Fidel Castro something and they want to do it. He never revolutionized anything. You understand? So in the process, all what he did was he put his friends and cronies, people recommending friends, and put them in charge. They never knew what they were doing up to now, and we are suffering the consequence. But Smiley, look, if you are running a business, or the way the country should have run is this. When these Rawlings had the power, 19 years to transform Ghana, if he has got good managerial principles, because if you have a policy that this is what I'm going to achieve, you attract the right people to help you achieve that goal. You don't put a square peg in a round hole. You make sure you get the people who will move you to that level you want to achieve. You will not put cronies there. You will not put your friends there because they are your friends, because they are members of the revolution. Nonsense. This is what has kept us where we are. Because the people who claim to be managing affairs in our country then and now don't have any objectives, they don't have any targets, they don't have any goals. They are just walking through the status quo. We are seeing it up to today. Because as far as I know, if you have an object, if your target is go to the moon, would you just call any Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and work for you? You look for the best in class to help you achieve that goal. If you want to build certain things, you get the right people to do the thing. But that is not what we are seeing, though. This is why we are where we are. Then you were also asking him about belief systems. I was disappointed about the way he was trying to struggle with belief systems. Mr. Mesa, belief system has nothing to do with religion. It's a sum total of the principles, the philosophies you have in life to function efficiently, effectively in society. And our belief system, as far as I'm concerned, of course, I'm going to be kind to fire. Our belief system as of now is rubbish, it's nonsense. Do you understand? We equate belief system to culture. Of course, culture influences our belief systems. But our culture as it is now doesn't give us a very good, productive, and progressive value system. Do you understand? We equate value systems or belief systems to drumming and dancing. That's all. That's all. So not until we recalibrate this sort of thing, we will be where we are. We will be where we are. Anyway, I'll come in later, Baba. Ask me anything to ask me. Ask me.
They say no. Also have a say belief system. The way you religion and freedom. Maybe what? Also religion count. Sana. Religion is not only the predominant thing.
Okay, all right. It's part of it.
Okay, it's
but the sum total of your philosophies, the principles you hold on to achieve whatever you want to achieve. If you want to be pious, religious, then your belief system will help you achieve that.
Okay, all right.
You understand?
That's fine.
But I don't think that is what we are discussing now. We are discussing why our belief systems have not taken us beyond where we are now. You understand?
Yeah.
And personally, I feel we need to review our value systems.
That's right.
Do you understand? We live in countries where their value systems are productivity, efficiency, effectiveness, all of them. Do we have any? Do we have anything apart from drumming and dancing? We think the more noise we can make, the more happier we are. Do we make noise where we are now?
Untumi nyane saa wa say na abe mame musa wo I say you
small things, small school, and they need to go and cut salt. Then you could organize people to go and play drums around opening small school. Hey.
Entika time na nka abese onko ombo drums no.
Oh, Papa's Valley, forget about this joke. What drums? Do we even need to play drums to open a small school? Or cut? Do we even go and cut? Do you know the cost? Do you know the cost of organizing those small tape cutting things? Do you know the cost of that? That cost can even build a school.
Now me know be a discussion be about this thing. I'll catch them say, oh. But the people must also get to know, say this and that is what the government is doing. That is why it needs to be commissioned. Oh,
so we need Akufo-Addo to be going there always to cut salt. We have to always go there.
So of course na press dinachi, right? Na press a train story ni nyina de aba na amanfo hu de aba na ye. Sana oni kro na kan ye.
Yeah, they are not serious.
Oh.
Can you quantify the costs of the cars they use to go there, the petrol and all the entourage, everything? Can you quantify that?
Oh, enti cost ninti na o dwen say eni kwan say mo ya na.
Is it necessary, Papa Smiley?
So me who stand and o dwen say because of the cost of organizing this drumming and what have you, enti na ni kwan so be commission of projects na.
Papa Smiley, it has no value. You understand? If you really put cost-benefit analysis in that thing, that aspect alone, it's negative. It's negative. And the point is, do they even include that in the project cost when they were doing the estimate or analysis?
Say be a number miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous.
Right.
So all these things have become part of your belief system, isn't it? Waste money, waste time.
Me say your man penny kura akokumase ako kati so do bi ewo se konfa noche. So no obi busam say was it necessary for our president to move around in the midst of coronavirus, Yana?
Yeah, exactly. So he satisfies your belief system, isn't it? No, I mean, you cannot understand these people.
All right, Abe, thank you very much. Now, just a quick one before we let you go. And from class 1 and I said next ABC say Uwe University of Cape Coast, right? Can you think of anything that you were taught that helped you to know how to think? Any subject or something from class 1 all the way till Uwe University? Can you think of anything that you were taught that helped you to know how to think?
As far as classroom work is concerned, I will categorically tell you no.
Hey, from class 1 out to university?
Exactly.
Oh, so
Papa's Valley, let me finish.
Okay, you finish. We are here.
There was one book I read. One small book like this. And I'm sure I've mentioned that book here before. Samuel Smiles. His book, Self-Help. I read that book, I think, after I finished elementary school. And believe me, I read, I think, the first 2 chapters. And I was my whole world was opened. My whole world view, my mental models expanded. That small book, and it was like a lightning struck. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
After I wrote that book, I mean, it's like I was possessed by some unquenchable fire. You understand? And that is the book which carried me through up to now. Look, I don't know what I've said here before. I used to have a friend. I mean, I have it still. He's in America. He's a professor now, both. He read Greek Roman civilization at UCC. He was, when I was in first year, they were the last Bubra group. You know what we call Bubra in the university system in Ghana?
Bubra.
Yes.
Where is here? But
yeah, Bubra people were the last people who didn't go through semester.
They didn't go through all.
They didn't do semester.
Okay.
They did 3 terms. First term, second term, and when we were in first year, they were the last Bubra group. And that my friend is Kosi Boateng. We call him Boat. And he did Greek Roman civilization. Look, he's very knowledgeable. And I mean, they quote all these Greek and all these philosophers and so on. They are very good. And we went to Austria. Then he left. He's now a professor in the US. When he was going, I didn't know what to give Both. So then it occurred to me that, okay. So I ordered this small book, this Samuel Smiles book, Self-Help. And when he was going, I said, Both, I have nothing to give you. And believe me, I don't know what to give you because I'm not going to teach you anything. I mean, I know your caliber. Do you understand? And he used to quote a Latin word, ex nihilo fit. Out of nothing comes something. I picked this thing from him. So I said, Both, I don't have anything. By then I've ordered that book at the British Council in Vienna. I said, Both, I have nothing to give you, but I'm just going to give you this token. I don't know, you may like it or you may not like it, but this is all I can give you. When he arrived in Ohio, he called me and said, wow, Charlie, the book you gave me, I managed to read the book about thrice on the flight. He said, Charlie, though the book is brutal. Mm-hmm. And since then, he has been recommending the book to his nieces and me. I mean, do you understand? That is where, look, all these inventions we are enjoying. Of course, they have improved upon it. All these inventions, porcelain, Stevenson, all of them, the way these people started and the difficulties they went through to come about with their creations and inventions, all were there. And believe me, look, what those people went through, the one who invented the spinning jenny, the one they used to make like cotton and so on. Uh-huh. When he created that spinning jenny, the whole community went to destroy the machine. The whole community, they went to destroy the machine in UK here. Why did they did it? Because they said the guy is going to kick all of them out of job. Mm-hmm. So they will not allow him to perfect that machine. Do you understand? Uh-huh. And you could read about people like Inigo Jones. Inigo Jones, he was a mason, and they didn't have electricity or light in their house, so he was using public light. to learn. I mean, Papa, when I read about these people, I said, yes, people have done it. People have gone through hell. And there was this man who invented porcelain. Porcelain. Look, because the porcelain has to come out of heat, extreme heat. And at some point, he burned everything he could find to the extent that he has to burn his furniture. And when he was burning the furniture, he was taking his furniture and throwing into the furnace and so on. His wife and children run away, shouting outside that their dad, the husband, has gone mad. Papa Swale, after reading that, look, I gave it to all good friends. All good friends I knew. And believe me, they all learned a lot. I could talk about one guy, one of my friends, Sam. Sam is also in Massachusetts now. I gave it to him. He read it, and he said, Charlie, I mean, I don't know whether it's relevant now, but at the time, it really built my worldview, broadened my mental model. That there's nothing like impossibility. So it enhanced my belief system. You understand?
Yes, Samuel Smiles, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Self-help.
Self-help
by Samuel Smiles. And the same man, he's got about 3 or 4 trilogy of books. Thrift. Even the American public adopted Thrift by the same man. He wrote a book about character. That character, his concept of character, somebody like John Dramani Mahama hasn't got it. You understand? He wrote the life of the engineers. Papa Smiley, anyway, let's go around.
Yo.
Maybe we come back later.
All right, then. Let's just say, we will say, and nobody saw say, when you teach any bia, free class 1 to university or bachelor, idea and then over cast a wow to help you on how to think. When you be so or a brabum.
No, Papa Smiley, you asked me how to think. Don't get me wrong. I've got teachers who taught me that every day I remember them. You understand? Look, I remember very well my class 2 teacher. We used to call him Dabunu. If you go past this man's class, and you don't become clever, forget it. You know why? When this man is marking your essay, class 2 people, is marking your essay, he's got, the stone you get from the beach. In Ghana, we call it forbite. Stone on his desk. And when he's marking your exams, your exercise, you have to pray that this man doesn't call you to his desk. He can knock you on your jaws. He normally hit you on your jaws with stone.
I'm off for you, master.
No, seriously. On Mr. Dabunu, we call him Dabunu of Kuku. He will hit you stone on your jaws.
Hey. I said we are okay, abuse.
Abuse. Africa will know anything like abuse.
I mean, now can say abuse can see a power.
And do you dare? Who are you going to report him to? Whom? and to be frank, by the time we all pass through this man's hands, it's like we've been I don't know whether brainwashed or whitewashed or we made if you go and look, he used to teach us. I think class 2 he was teaching us a lot of subjects, math, English, and so on. And there is one particular word I think programmer, perpendicular. Teach you. You understand? I mean, I have very good teachers. I still remember them. There's one of them, Mr. Beatty, Mr. Henry Boabin Beatty, HBB.
But most of them, no, they taught you what to think and not how to think, my boy.
Yeah, they taught us what to think, but not how to think. How to think is what we lack in our system.
Okay.
You understand? We, you know, things like how to think, creativity. You understand? All of these things should be taught. All of these things should be taught.
Let's just say, what so they will kind of one way or the other night, because a politician, they don't know how to think, and you can't blame them, but you have to blame our education system. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that is why we feel that they having the opportunity to be where they are, should have identified the weaknesses in the way we are brought up, the way we are trained.
But you
so that they will let those coming behind get benefit from it.
No. They weren't taught how to think. But how would they be able to know the problem if they haven't possibly read your book, Self-Helper?
Yeah, but we are paying them. To find out this information. We are not paying them to write V8 and so on. You understand? They are paying them to bring improvements in our way of life. But at the moment we are paying them and they are living to the status quo. Okay. That is why we are not moving forward. You understand? But personally, me, look, there was a time I went to Ghana, and one of my guys, he worked at Bank of Ghana, and we were talking. He said, "Look, you the way you are, because they used to have some meetings and so at Bank of Ghana. If you go there, you go and talk. And after that meeting, they'll call your boss. Say, hey, today you brought one guy here. He just came to talk. And after that, they will not let you go to that meeting again." You understand? Because our people don't accept criticism. They want everybody to dance to the tune, to group things like we're discussing, to follow the status quo. We are not trained to question authority. We are not trained to think outside the box. You understand? But and that is what we expect our parliamentary, those are the affairs, to broaden that scope. But they don't do it. They expect all of us. Oh, yes, a master. Oh, this and that. And that is why we are where we are.
I see. Yo, Abby. Let's just say, you say automatically, and once they are in whatever position they find themselves, they should be able to identify that there's a problem in our education system as to teaching us how to think, and then they will
exactly.
I see. Automatic.
We need to embrace. We need to embrace all of these things and stay ahead. Look, you cannot overtake anybody. If all we do is to copy. We cannot leapfrog anybody.
Now, Abby,
so long as we are always copying.
Did they get to whatever position that they find themselves as, let's say, the president, member of parliaments, ministers, and whatever? Did they get to the position they find themselves out of what to think or how to think?
You mean Ghana?
Yes.
Well, I mean, they reach where they are not because they are cleverer or they were extraordinary. They just play to the gallery.
Okay.
You understand? And simply because when they reach there, not much is demanded from them. You understand?
Okay.
Look at. But possibly, if you are a leader here in this part of the world, you are a leader. or you are a manager or something here, you don't sleep. Oh. Baba, you don't sleep. Your life is more miserable than because you are expected to bring about changes. Come out with innovation. So that means you have to get people, like-minded people, to move you to what you need to achieve. But cascade back to our place. All what the leader does is to surround him or herself with yes men and women. You dare not criticize the leader because the leader himself doesn't want to be criticized. You understand? So that is why we are where we are. You have to toe the line. And this toeing the line has not took us anywhere.
Yo, Abe, thank you very much. Patty. Now, over Jumo, we will catch Abe, Anna.
Be your hapa.
We will catch Abe.
The OBB cannot necessarily to agree. I'll go to the, if you give me a chance, to the first, the earlier speaker before.
Ejamensa.
Men make us face, and smoke can. Because I started talking about, say, why is it say God created man in his image? Now black man, the white one, your finger, difference your skin complexion, they're dark, over there, a light skin. And so, woman, you see, creative potential, I never be. And I'm citing example, say, accidentally, Don Diego de Azambujan from Portugal, they started sailing to India to find and buy spices. Accidentally, they sighted human beings along the coast of Gold Coast, Cromanti, Elmina, and then slave trade started. One can be here. And I can't say, when these Portuguese and Spaniards were say using their creative potential, the mindsets, near Africa, you need a small mirror and a bottle of snap, not yet the Nipa man. Why was it that said, you see a mindset and your creative potential to sail from the Gold Coast to go to Europe and enslave them? Why did we not do that? Then I said that there's something wrong with the African.
Okay.
And then when he came, he started talking about Nkrumah's time and their minister. And this was just yesterday. The damage was done 400-500 years ago. The mistakes in the war, Kwame Nkrumah time say the damage have been done 300-400 years earlier. Didn't you notice that was Kepu, the source of our problem, from Don Diego de Azabuja time, when we started fire slaves, to by the time of Nkrumah time, just yesterday, 1957, 1960, factories, Yaton, Rollins, just yesterday, when the Latter-day Saints, he's talking about Latter-day Saints. I started my debate going back 200-400 years earlier, and then the one can be here. No, did you not notice that?
Yeah. Sunny Oba Rollins near my Everton Toye.
Yesterday, just Latter-day Saints, the damage has been done already. The damage in this start here between Don Diego de Azango 400 years ago. It's in a man rolling star, and she had to talk Kwame Nkrumah factory senior. The damage, the mental slavery has been implanted in us already.
Okay.
But the source, the beginning, the early days, either say Onim and also Ogaso Kanway. No, I can't to run as you say. What is he saying? There is a source, a beginning from everywhere.
Answer of a dream. Said you say a freedom don't Diago about Zambuja. And someone may also come say, or also cried your best before Don Diago time. Sunday, and no be any said you obviously into there. Say, oh, fan from that angle, or no fan from another angle. Yan carry on from there. Why? Yan carry on from there, which is okay. Abe.
Yeah, Mama Smiley.
And yan queen. So, near my fire chief and Swakaba. Na yan head your no so work because your fa can't say Mrs. Ya. Was it there is something wrong with the African, right? And say something wrong with the African. Yeah, say me tingling because what is something is wrong with the African now. I say yeah boy no problem boy Honda da and yeba sorry I didn't sit here. If something is wrong with the African, let us I say no near the problem be na there and that is why we are saying that something is wrong with the African. Oh, they didn't sit here. Maybe
can I come in?
Come in. Asani am a fire kwaba. Come in.
Baba Smiley, well, this is just a joke. I think I've said it here before that one of my friends used to say, because I always used to tell him that, oh, we black people there, we will be worrying God, and maybe God will regret for even creating us.
Mm-hmm.
And he always say, no, God would rather be praising us because he was creating us to be monkeys, and we are managed to turn into human beings. You understand? Yes. But I don't think, Mr. Chumi, you may know, this is Andy's view of the way we behave. You understand?
Yeah.
But the point is, I don't think there's something wrong with us. But our world view, you understand? Our world view, our mental models have been skewed by, those who enslaved us.
Precisely the point. Hold on. Why did the slave trade take place? Why did we in Africa not go to Europe, go to Portugal, Spain, and enslave them? We sat down and allowed them accidentally, when they were trying to find the sea route to India, to sight black people along the coast of the Gold Coast, and they started giving us a piece of mirror, a bottle of schnapps, and then the slave trade followed. Why was it that we could not sail from Cape Coast to go to Europe, Portugal, and enslave them? Why? Why did we not do what they did?
Mr. Chum, yes, I understand where you are coming from, but my view of the world is this: every generation has to fight its own problem or its own cause. Let's say our forefathers competed with Diego de Azambuja and the rest, and they were able to outwit them. So they won against our forefathers. But now we are fighting with a different generation of another group in a different generation. So why can't we win? Or why can't we wake up and stop them? That enough is enough. But because they've managed to change our mental view, our world view, and our mental model, we still comfort. So that is where we have to find the antidote to change this world view, our mental models. You understand? Somebody tells you, oh, unless your skin is bright like mine, you are not a human being. And you bought into that. And you still keep buying into that. And you know it's not true. You understand? Somebody tells you, I mean, in our individual worldview, look, when you are going to work or in your workplace, they have a lot of stereotypes. And sometimes you have to walk in that stereotype. You have to walk on a tightrope. Oh, he's black or she's black. They are aggressive. They are this. Do you understand? But it is up to you, or it is up to us to disprove them. Do you understand? But unfortunately, most of us conform to what they expect about us. Do you understand? Look at the people managing us.
Why?
Look at the people managing us back home.
Why do you think?
Well, but that is what we've been made to believe. Look at the people managing us back home.
No, hold on. Let's take it step by step. Who made us to believe that? Start believing that. Who made us to believe in those things?
Yeah, the status quo. They've set the status quo, and we are working. Of course, some of us are going to break. Some want to break, or more or less are broken away from that status quo. That is why we keep telling people this is not true. You can do this, you can do that. But majority of the people work in the status quo.
Let me give you one little example. When you come to Ghana now, when you come to Ghana, especially the part of Ghana I'm from, Kumasi, you will be a friend of Nensu Ebe. These are women, they go to the market and buy Asep soap or Niku soap near their front, then they use the soap around their face. Then eventually they turn like lizard, different colors. Their fingers are black, their feet are black, and their face is red. And who told them to do that? Like, bleaching themselves. Who told them that? I never know that any school would teach that kind of nonsense. Why did we go and spend our hard-earned support capital to go and buy a soap, accept soap, skin bleaching, and then would cream and make their face all light skin, and then their fingers are black? That kind of caricature nonsense. Who taught us that? Tell me.
Abe me bo na overchum. Photo bi a obi sending brem here. Akola bi a obu sana mame e wa so dem say, "Mommy, granny, if you say this is a black church, why is every statue in this church showing a white person?" Right? Now, akola je LGBTs kakra fine. So we are talking about what shapes are thinking. In we are simply talking about what shapes are thinking. Bruni, right? Ya bibia ya kwa so yo baby e beko bia no. Oye bruni. Entino se wo betima to semina na obe bruni kakra. O je so no obe hunu se mfonso.
I do. You say, one more Kumasi friend and then so
I'm just giving you one. I'm just giving you one. I'm just giving you one instance, right? Now no me share opinibia. Oba efidi su kakra me di djuma na say yete nka che kakra na o kan ya mesem ewo Facebook. Na me hwe na chi a photo ya almost yesu photo no so obroni ene boni photo na yi na chi ono no o wa kwantu mu o spin ho ba mi so that say ana photo yesu photo ni ene bona chi o ja say you o ba bia o ba fa no say it has nothing to do as to how we think. It has no influence on our unconscious and subconscious mind. But the psychologists will tell you, say, seriously, those things are affected the way we think. Into a faculty. Oh, I don't know who said, Najan Quay Bruni, and Tino, why Coca how who say a problem.
You and Misso, dear me, I said, no, dear, said any. Me, my Sadiana may describe a idea I am a tight, a hammy pa. Now, Miss Teddy Cacran, one more over your crown, woman go school. Because I'm a share, young Ghana, and a margin a year, be a member of the Mardi almost 90%. And Ma a course school can Mrs. Anidia Num, any Georgina Wood, Num, one more university, a quabutin now, they've never. Woman, your woman in Nensuabe, where you're dark, Stella, where you're dark up to today. And they have studied, they've been in the classroom, taught by white people. They go to UK and America. Mrs. Anidiati, Ebia Udina, 1966, when I freed to come to Kwame Nkrumah, she was a high court judge. In fact, one of the commissions of inquiry near the Nkrumah assets, she was the only woman. I think the first Ghanaian woman was sitting on the Supreme Court of Ghana with Revolta region. I think she has been highly educated from the Gold Coast side from the 1940s. John, Wanfa Atrabians, less than the name. Dr. Leticia Obi, the first Ghanaian biologist. Why to Mami to Omui or the Hotiasekra, why as dark as charcoal. Leticia Obi, Ghana Academy of Sciences. I think in Nkrumah time she was the director. And all the educated females, you all Ghana have. Obinya, you wait to that's the way. Now, one more idea in Nema says, who can say, one more illiterate, and yes, sir. My question is, Anka, Usi Bruni, dear, na Anka, one more Mrs. Leticia or Benum and the Adigiatinum, Yaomqua, 1940, 1950. Woman they called Scotland, can't woman nobody asked at the opening. They did not do that.
Sebia, me bo. I say, Abby,
Kruma did not please face.
Of a trim. Oh, castle mine yet. Now, what was that time and not a Creton as if we need war?
And then I clicked on it. That one time now I said so. And a Nico, your friend Nico, Coco star. I know I was going. If
you cry no moon, say, or moon disarm Mel Bruni.
Oh, they were higher and better educated than me and older than me. No. I did the bleaching. Some of the Jalana, Atra, and a friend Atra, and then Atra. You no. I didn't even cream your friend Atra. Open so chess and no one himself, woman is assembly and Jarian, Combase Bruni. I know men use who was the size 7. Someone and your toy market. Jarry. What you want to no man mix it with Adibia from Alata Samana, locally manufactured. If you offer Neko, so accept so, Alata Samana 3. Now your water to say for your mixed 3 now you're one. Who said now you're potent pa? One more generation, no one the ancestor with him. Woman, you won't now almost 8 to Sakotri. They look so dirty and they smell so bad. And they do it all the time. And then they once what was that woman saw the arm? Now I bleach one said the veins, once and now I saw green, one on the vein. Was it after Abrofo, once it's almost we just I had the airtime.
Okay.
And I made me see one way, yes, I know. One way, one see class one that. And you can say, how about the black Ghanaians? One walk to school, go start 1940, 1950. No, a bit Babu Bobby Mrs. Aniti, Georgina Wood, and so many people. Kwame Nkrumah himself, or started before, or Kwabotin 1935. I don't want for Atra answers and me. He did not. He was a dark, smooth, dark, fine, young Inzamama. A member, a P, or the Atra, and the Obagara, or being him, woman, the Atra, or bleaching with woman.
Okay. All right then. You offer.
Yeah, but Smiley.
Abi, you didn't tell me Yamafaya Emrem why? Him so I tell watch it.
Mr. Chum, it's misinformation. Now it is not only those who have been to school. Recently, Akufo-Addo called his pastors to come and preach or come and do this. Didn't you see Joyce Ayi? Done her hair into blonde. Didn't you see it? When I see that, I feel like if I see any black person here turning her hair or his hair into blonde, I feel like throwing up. You understand? Twice I, somebody who has been a minister before, has turned her hair into blonde. And this is the one who is operating the church, Salt and Pepper. Salt and Pepper.
Yeah, I know that
church.
woman.
Do you understand? Look, the point is, these people have managed to disorientate us by changing our worldview, our mental models. So you need to sometimes reach a certain level before you can. All of us, or majority of us, look. I have 4 names. I have 4 names. There's Joseph. There's Sylvester in my name. When I went to Vienna, I went to Vienna first. Vienna. They call 31st December Silvesternacht. That's what the Germans call 31st December, Silvesternacht. And I saw my name being bandied around, and I said, oh, I throw myself away. Do you understand? But you do this out of ignorance. And since then, me, I don't give my children any Oyibo name. I don't give it. I will not give you. But we expected those who came earlier, who had experienced these things, to inculcate in us these sort of value systems. But they themselves don't do. Look at Akufo-Addo and his people. They feel pride, very proud in saying, I mean, most of the food I eat, most of the drinks are all imported. No, it's nonsense. And because of this behavior, they want to show people that they are elite. You are elite because you import what? Nonsense? You understand?
All right.
We really need to disorientate ourselves from what the harm done to us.
Okay.
You understand? Because
can I come in here? There's something interesting. Can I come in here?
Yeah, first year na Emma of Ankaki when you fire. So what's in all right. And I let you yanko fire.
Now, Mrs. say Abbey, Cecilia Walker say a Kufuado feel happy say all the drinks he drinks are water is important. But and then I don't FM. One my report to the news via Metia, Krobiso, somewhere in Mirafi, the region, but it's in Ghana here. And Kolana Honina, Womo Yari, when Womo Junsa, now Muja, a womb. I think the Yarian is called Bilhazia, and Shuna Omunum, and near Brown to say a Netia, 12 Netia. And this is in Ghana, it's a problem. 12 o'clock news. No one can say no, and you bring on Betwaso. Now, so are you telling me, sir, this is what the problem is? Akufuado feel, sir, where the water or drinking is important. Well, I will not go to. But the question is, I didn't see the intimate water just to distill it, pepper. And also, is that rocket science? Why can we not do that? You're starting debate because say, God created man in His image. And so you're lazy. You're busy using we started discussing, said, look at Obuasi. You're mining gold ore for more than 100 years. Johannesburg in South Africa, and you're mining gold for more than 100 years. Johannesburg, I brought for the Sicano gold mine. SCC, Johannesburg is more beautiful than London. Why, sir? Yeah, Obuasi, the edge beautiful. Why? And then ensure will be physical president, ensure all them. And now, some of the subjects, you see, and then you and I, we all know that it's happening many times. And you know, the 2, 3, 4 yacht and Sunday the Krawa Asa. And the Akalan Warban when what Tia Akuko Binimu, then Tia Binu, I could tell you, no Asa, no Abefi, no. And it's still there today after 4 years of independence. Why is it so difficult for us to move away from this simple thing? Yeah, and your rocket science. Say, yes, sanitize your water, and require intimidate. Why? And we got the same brain like the white man. Why is this so difficult for us to do? That is what is bothering me.
Okay. All right then. Abby.
Water, water is life. It is not. We are not going to space. It is not like we are going to the moon. This is pure water. And you part in the 98 and son was sat there. Some children are when they urinate. It's all blood. Why? This is not going to the moon. Yeah, because it involves a lot of science, physics, and all that. No, that is too technical. This is so basic. And today, 64 years of independence. So ensure any supposed to be a colorless, a clear, and ensure a brown like coffee here in Ghana.
All right.
Here in Ghana. We cannot change this simple thing. This is so simple. It is not rocket science. We cannot even improve on our water systems. Why?
Okay. All right. Offer home so Abby. Yeah. One talk kakra mesaba so dey so podium kakra. Why? Kan to twem kakra na ne so podium why. Na yanko fire ho. And the fire.
And the baba.
And the fire.
And the baba.
And the fire chief.
Why you are late today? So you need to pay only 15%.
Opana, Vigate.
Good. And
me too good to me too good. I be saying why you late in dinner. I catch you at 15%. So, the nanke, you see, I don't comfort 40%. But, say, yeah, I'm say, yeah, I can say, you're money free. Sorry, I didn't sit here. Akoba. You fire, what about ya? Football, no one at once. Abaton come on a crack. So,
you about Memphis in Chakasama, Mewafa, and the form with you. Papa, I'm saying, be a queen, but I'm better than say. baby on the change of mind na kakra o de shame no yeah so abo no on say o ma kreti say otwedi ampo ono ano si for buy no we bruni nti o wadwen mu osafo ma afo papa penu pa o bruni a na hopo o se efe figures nimpo figures anya jama kasa o se figures nimpo wanti figures wanti obi wa school why chief executive of the bank wanti figures no because of bruni na company bi jama for ba Western region clearly man time ebe yi kwan ekolibo jama for no ewo mu team and team na is the Premier League dia ma ewo mikru mu no na ho the Man United omoni abafo no boy abafo no mokoya adwuma mu amoye regular team no abafo nya boy na boys na ja o no abafo na show mo show mo say 8-1 na yesu so yesu because of match team people say asiako papa wo no boni ashoda for the first say boni ashoda for no achievement papa that's what
and as who came there was a joke bi sa I say Ghana ye ne abrofo bi ko ball right na omo kire say apparently na abrofo ni nya ball na ye abibifo no so na ye hwa abrofo no ne ball no nam ye ho
Papa, this is real story. On my boat, your friends, the Man United, and a company, a friend, Abu, whatever you want to call it, a German company. I'm going to Axim, Mpetaba, Libru Road. I'm going to start crying. Now, the Man United, in those days, now, was second division. These are contractors, so Abafono, I'm in those days, no more dozen power. In the Abrofono against Nzima United. Almost say 8-1. As a young guy, you tell me how damn it, Yakumaso. Yes, sir. Keep on never busy. Was a question. Where's Musu? Papa, oh, Abrofono show to put a helmet there. No, and I'm going to pick up a fat team for I don't come camp. They went to celebrate. So, growing up, you know, and I'm thinking this out. I got to know why our people. Now look at Kufo. Kufo was trained Oxford. No, I am saying well, okay. And I say, oh, now I just say, I need the seno. Nanga, some back can be a pan and can be a modern. Kufo was trained in Oxford. Kufo share coat and it Tony Blair and I'm Kaku. When you be the intro.
I know,
what I'm saying, you can just Google it. Kufo says suit as the president of our country. One need Tony Blair called Kakum National Park. But the Blair is a t-shirt and a jeans and a canvas. And Kwame Nkrumah also they will come in another form. Neocolonialism. People travel to this country. So I'm catch up. Major or 20 Africa, Ghana holiday. Obiara bro chire into one patashia ne bofu. Patashia. Inti our ministers and the president of Matono. Omunyama you know we to Ghana if you breach it. Then you want to tell the woman in the market on one screen tea on what for. Well, Asia, Singapore, and the other countries. About half of their leaders train in Cambridge or Oxford and the other big universities and become Krupp. And they will dress in their traditional way. Well, if you don't value what you have, Who value you? For common sense. I like the point I've been made. It's not about ancestors. What about us? Yeah. What are we doing? Yes, slave put a brutal. Once everyone discuss that. Yeah, slave trade no, a brutal. Yeah, and I don't know who blame woman. The people came, fought them, conquered, brought them. All those stories in the in fact, because a one-sided story say your mom glass. You see, I mom cancer at the end. It's bitter. It never happened. We know how they came and battled our people in a very brutal way, and thereafter the consequence. But then, yeah, visa, they can deny us 7 times, and we come. After even we come being exposed, when we go back, what do we do? Yeah, before my sorry, yeah, before my diane, yeah, before my way of life. Inti akoda keto oba no onim se ne wafa Elijah we were breaching. Do you see me first as a mentor? What do I do? I pray the life of the white man I'm a. What do you expect the small boy or heaven? And it did this to our see. The time has come. Let's look at back, but don't let us blame them so much. Once there be a catch up Papa Smiley. Earlier here for say Ghana and Komaku Tony Blair and Komaku Bush. Tana Buzianum. Yeah. I say in Kroma. But it is Sia. Again, any former president be a corrupt. Oh, Ghana. I could be a corrupt. Do you know how many estates are Tony Blair and Kroma? Tony Blair, do you know how many estates? Upper flats. Which African leader will acquire that and leave? These are some of the things as a nation or as a people. Let's don't forget about blaming them, because the people are a competition. Our continents we compete. Arabs this year, Middle East one is more picking. Papa, she didn't know my picking. Omo does it grow my memory. Now also, the snap about Wolf. You begum sa Wolf. Now, this is a Uko na a year near Bichawa. Hey, Wolf. Uko, any 10 of hours, one pet. How would you compete with them? A substandard. As you get the product, the same is your mind. We need that total change in our mind, especially those opinion leaders and those of us who have had exposure. And the player Omokodano, Bruni and the Betrom, how Omono Yerena. These are my fear. Princess, those who have been researching deep, what is the most difficult thing in the world? It's human relation. We know about Barbican. That's the most difficult thing in the world. That's the most difficult. Mr. Look at percentage of whites, stay with the women, and percentage of blacks. So who can manage? But as Manoka say, quiet parliament, Asia for parliament. Go to our court, a real way, and your Kora, and your Kora, Ubehu, Ghanaian judge, or the associate. It is to the canon, and so she. Or shall I to know, but agree now what the Bema pronouncement, no. Case no one show, more agi, kusie, and a bayre, no merit, but a chany white, a junior dark. Oh, indeed, a total overhaul, and say, you bring Yasa total overhaul, all you know, Papa Smart. Uti aburichiri. Sorry, omu yo Ghana. Patu aburichiri sorry. Oh, it's not about slave trade, because I don't want to be a historian. I don't want to be, but I know that the second most powerful civilization is Africa. And what is civilization? If you want to know, go to your dictionary. When you talk about civilization, we can go and produce all the plane in our country, produce all the cars. Think of it. That is not what we need. It's the mind. I say in a bomodin into my character say, me first thing I started is in my own small way give orientation to our tertiary people. I'm also be a wicked. And now they've seen that what I was doing is right. Some of them are not happy working in their respective endeavors. Oh, see, Baman Kodano Mudi a channel. I will say, bringing an Obiao. But a positioning, what position no, and why inferior? That you want to look upon him. You now China need best is echo teeth go this year. Oberman fell as I say, because of China only the background. Be boy deportee. Ghana need to ho or scan on Pemano or whom Bruni. One China ni and a Bruni Kakushiaso or defo. Ghana police fetch what to maybe I'm a catcher. I do know way and yes, Sano. Yes, Sano. Our ancestors, sir, most of them were slaves, you know. They will be happy. And that was the cause. So people bought having Kumadia. And you're like that saying too. Your present is more important because your present cover the bad deeds of the past. Your present. But our present and also, then you always go and archive the bad deeds of the past. But don't forget, say, we been so for them. They were from the villages. Some doctors we know in Ghana, even vice president, they were from the villages. But when you go to the top, nobody remember the past. That is what we need to do. Let's use our present to cover the past. Because that's your time and it evolved. The young circumstance we are woman, time, we are failing because we are not doing anything to help the past. And I would think Asian people, they were stupid. Because time, they are using their mind still to beat us, and we can't get it. What the hell? And Bisa Angelo said, democracy in the area, or the by Kitty by yet they are believed to be a brose, democracy. And Brasabi, who still to Kumasi, we are the president of body, we are this year. Omode Nana Otumpo, as I did no one Kotwaba. And so, Okoyum Pabwa, Abo Humano, Epe Homoy. And look at the respect he commands beyond even our borders. No, be the democracy. One say, why we invest is costs. They come here home. Where is our mind? Why is our mind? This is what we need to work against. That green. And your production, and your production. Those things. Come and come back to about more. Or say seek it first. Seek it first. Seek it first. We haven't as of now. Into Papa Medibesi. Now, yes, and I will say it, a lot of people don't know. Even some people who are close to me, they didn't know where time Obama say. That guy have a big vision. The vision is not about I don't intend to go and take government but I intend, say, in a small way, to change our way of thinking. And that is exactly what you are doing. Say, the youth will get the message that they are more of a ready. Okay, here I'm in the demo about me. Yet, the opposite from President Kufuor Germany. I don't want to come on to work. As a dinner. Now, Dr. Baku, as a Kufuor didn't call it. We try to more Bobo Muna going back with us. Papa, I'm a President Kufuor. There be a President Kufuor. Kwame, sorry.
Okay.
I say, I like the way you are eating. Oh, thank you. May I ask? Go ahead. So in Ghana, what did you do to the dogs? About Udie?
Udie ni etie pa. Koso.
My you got my you got way in Baba Mobi on baby omuti. I don't go.
O so who be on mutie no.
We are radio, and this is Aquento4 Radio.
That's right.
That's it. No, I say, this is what we need to do. In Ghana, our dogs give them tea. Really? Yes. In Ghana, our dogs take tea and coffee. Really? Yes. So that is good there, but I thought Ghanaians are poor, so no, we are not poor. Tea and coffee is very, very cheap in Ghana. So that will give to our dogs there. I said, okay. Papa, this is where we have come to. We need to use our brain to match them. We have it. But until we adapt to it, Me see, my Jesus Christ, am I president of Ghana? With the same thinking. Here, 5 years in you, we never need aid. And here, we have gone beyond aid, taking abnormal loans. Ghana to be Kogi loan. No. It's down. Abra, is yes, and you could cleaning banks. We are quiet because in catch of any crew. A time has come. Let's use this brain. Sebeya, Chairman Kweku. Chairman, maybe I will be a this a man for percent or Monday, and send me to 2 minutes. Say, me count once that Chairman Kweku was still fire. He bet to me, I think the time has come. Japan, from class 6 to the university, or more type of syllabus, I'm saying 1 hour or 2 hours. I'm more value, and that value aspect, how to be honest, hardworking, and appreciate things made in Japan. Checking out learning system. We need something like that. We change our thinking. Papa,
Yo, thank you very much, Fire Chief. Now, old one was the Ayama Yaofa, German Sambran Sana, Yako, the next issue I per se I can't want them. Yes, sir. Ayama, Bamaso.
That was to be. I've been beautiful.
Young quay. Why?
My back because you will see a new subject. I did a brofo answer brofo babano. In an anum. When you mean Yansa, Snahin as this year, also this year. Missuano cry, Missuana, In a goldsmith for traditional gold on a number of boat chain, Nampetia, gold, why are the golden stool? 1 or year golden stool. Golden stool, I had before 1 hour, I sent a 1 hour year golden stool, long before I brought from the Baban. How did they make it? Go this in about French about Fana. Yes, and to a sorry, no, but you won't call you, Prempen, Moyen, and Siano. We see before a year of Bano near Golden Sword, you know, the Ghana Empire or a before no new answer. When you answer, you could come about and say, new ministers here, one co school, or green there, Union Sue to serve the whole Ghana, not part of Africa, northern part in Chino. More started project, what tick up number one. To ensure to serve the western part of Ghana to the north. What you need as in collapse? Why your paper industry? What about the Boise? What serve the whole Ghana and Africa? Which is Nua Nazi? What to come and command? What to Nuano? Was I a brew? Was I a brew? Or your motorway? Golden Triangle. 6 lane. Accra Kumasi Takradazi to reduce accident. Or any Yan Utinan Ojai or can say what's a prestige project. Your and another one could soon know. I don't know, but I big tree, Nayagina say. We have to wash our brains, you know. You take a proper mental brainwashing. Meaning how to develop the country. Or in and they've done their best. They resisted the white man. My chief of Disco would credit to or the Noko Netherlands. Nancy and a Kufu by out. Or did it's in Bobisian and not be so. Disco would credit to because our professors were very stubborn. He was fighting them because about for no by no face, no, you were slaves. No, they had superior weapons. Until to subdue, no. They had superior weapons. Even English, who cry a small country, as you know, about they drove away the Portuguese in a Dutch footing now from the coast of Ghana. Oh, about Disco for Axim, have a singing, your friend then Sama. Cape Coast Club of English for about Elmina. But still Coquitano. The English people came because they had superior power over driver on in our over 31 slave trade in Quarter 7. And they used the superior, to join hands with the Southerners, Fantofona, now what they call a slave in a part of the Ashanti offer slave trade was the bike. Bringing over land, we know him there, it could be offering by quiet. And also at the Kotiabwa. They didn't know in the same hand, there's one quiet, there's one call. Yes, he was out in the one call. The civilization was there already, Ghana Empire, the civilization was there. Because of greediness. Niabese Yamano, Africa, no. Africa, on Africa. Now, you come by Joseph. Oh, Nico Fuko Cotizibano. On Africa. Mostly so in Africa, no one.
Hey, Samuel.
That's right.
Samuel, if you are mentioning my name, you have to be careful.
Joseph was he dreamt and then they started holding food. A committee was Israel on your Africa,
that's right.
Pharaoh, your friend, and pyramids in Asia, Abrafuko, Kopi, Nazi, and the ground is only in Africa. Now you hear big tree in the Abasa Mano until they you find out why the latter day are the Africa, no, but destroy Africa. This is the problem we have to solve. Let's have a view.
All right, sir.
Baba Smiley.
Thank you very much. Abe.
Yeah, so to take it from the issue, we know the history. Historically, we've done well, we've done certain mistakes and so on. But the onus is on us, the current generation. Do you understand? Because I see life as this. every generation has a different level of competition. If you don't do well and you are overtaken, you are overtaken. At the moment, we have been overtaken, seriously. And we have been so overtaken that if we don't take care, we can be extinct. The Chinese were subdued like that. The Indians were subdued like that. But now they are waking up. You understand? So why can't we see that, look, we've been stupid enough for far too long. Let's wake up.
Thank you. I like the word
and
stupid.
To wake up, we have to get people like the Nkrumahs, the Lumumbas, and so on among us to awaken ourselves from the sleep we are in. Because at the moment we are sleeping. I mean, we are being trodden upon, and we are very complacent. But why the book you sent me is the book. You can circulate it to anybody who wants it. And unfortunately, I've read the page. But the first sentence of the book says, "Heaven helps those who help themselves." You understand? That's the book, and he's got something. He's written something there that the quality, the wealth of a nation, the wealth. I mean, no wealth, the wealth of a nation resides in the individual, the quality of individuals. You understand? At the moment, the quality of us as individuals is lacking. And this morning, today I was thinking that, look, the biggest risk Africa has, or the biggest risk facing Africa, is leadership risk. You understand? The biggest risk we have is leadership risk. Look at the Chinese leadership. If it is not this Chinese leadership, what would the Chinese people be like? You understand? If you look at all nations doing well, it's because of leadership. If you look at Rwanda, because they have good leadership, you see what the respect they have, where they are.
Abi, let me just add something to leadership. You see, you mentioned the Chinese. You can never be a mayor or in any of the ministry without you proving a track that over the past 5 years or 4 years, I was a manager here and this was my target, I was able to achieve it. Go and read about the Chinese. So in one of the books I was reading, they said that even Obama, in all his rhetoric and whatever, his best position he can occupy in China was a district mayor. That's how.
The Chinese leadership, as they have a hierarchy based on performance and based on delivery. You understand? So that is what the model looks like. You need to, because look, what we don't get is that all the Chinese ambassadors or whatever they say, they are people trained within that hierarchy. They are all working towards a goal. They are all working towards targets. So they don't send you out of China to go represent Chinese because you are from China. You've been given targets. You have been given. That is why you see they are small, younger Chinese High Commission ambassador to Ghana, organizing our ministers, organizing people, and talking nonsense to them. Oh, we'll make sure the Chinese will talk to them. They don't treat our people. He's got a target to meet, so he has to create the environment to meet that target. He doesn't care whether he will die or not. But unfortunately, our people cannot read through the line. You understand? But this is where we are. Look, profile our parliament, profile the parliament, and look at the exposure and the experience profile of the MPs we have there. And they tell them, "Oh, I just came from a conference. I just came from this." Do you think? Look, profile our parliament. Do you think the MPs we have? Minorities say they are somebody like Atufosi. Atufosi, when he was here, what job was he doing? He was a cleaning supervisor. Do you think Atufosi can go and sit down with the governor of Bank of Ghana or any of these people to negotiate at arm's length? Profile all of them. The person has not got experience. The person has not got any exposure. But these are the people managing, and immediately they go home, they become big men and women. You understand? When they come to this part of the world, they only accept whatever is dished out to them. You understand? So that is the quality we have managing us, and they are destroying us.
All right, Abby, thank you very much. Why?
Yeah.
Thank you. But so the okwa obetima o credentials now obetim the boy you man on.
Papa Smiley, we are dealing with them here already. We are dealing with them already. We okay. to deal with them from Ghana is like icing on the cake.
Icing on the cake. Yo, Abe fire.
Baba Smiley, I back one. They say, oh, say, Abi Akabi ato so more for Mensa Abakabi more for, and so I can. Now the whole thing now is with our mind. Papa Smiley, we won't say, and that what we invest here. I've been what we invest here. Now, actually, I could invest here. Now, it's here for, let's say, I more invest cost, you see. Now, what back to our king say, we don't call, oh, I didn't catch it back on, and so, and he said, you may be young to me and to her. Now, yet now, I'm a brofia, I bet to a true Bible, my now, as I'm can say. Oh, the most of the thing I've been alone, and now, if you know to me, yeah, my wife had to be said. Your body, the Bible into what by person, oh, yeah, Yakupon bar, you have to go to that man. Think about it.
We adopted that.
I think about it. Say, Yakupon, abo, what did your papa don't know? But it's for somebody or no kind of papa. Indeed, for you to be son, you have to be adopted.
Fire, you know you.
Papa Swale is fire there.
Fire
document.
Fire, you know you. You know why?
The same document. All can't out no. What's it? Yanko Pomma, one Yanko Pombo. Yanko Pomma, Eba Sasiso. Any Nipama Kodae. Hey, and Yanko Pon, the man but Buo. And I was in the Baba Eabacono. And so over the years, even today, we believe that God has only one son. Kunyonko is using your brain. The fight that we face today is the brain. America, let me catch you, and you grow. Go for much one, break the fork of poor more into a one in the young one of my boy. But today, can the British do the same thing to them? Papa Smiley, America for they were paying tax to the Queen, not for the history, even though it's not historian or the history. Papa Chum. Of a man's history. Americans were paying tax to the Queen here. And then, can Britain ask America to do that job? That is what we need to do. We don't need to produce aircraft to be powerful. We need to upgrade our brains. That's all. Ethiopian to me can't just say, yes, yeah, back hell, yes, yeah, back heaven. One more heaven. I don't call hell. I brought all systems. Yeah, so you are doing something that you yourself you don't trust. How will you succeed? Oh, indeed, Abraba, our Ghana. Those my uncle want to lift. I listen now. I'm passing before man go school. When I catch you, Ghana catch you for those you think you should be valued. I'm more passing before man go school because book in you Bible. Or send your name, Papa. No, I am born. My men will go school upon a one, and yet, but also I'll go school. Now, you know, I'm on your uncle, a count, a book, I say. What am I upon a honor? What is the difference? We are more better than you. G loan. Now you're I didn't see once was 100 years. Who call it? Who for? I got G Ghana Sika. We are animals in the name of Epic that we don't deserve to be there. They are not the Bio Ghana. KVIP. This is ya Kolo Abano. KVIP. Ghana for Omako Dia now the bed. Those KVIP are here. This was our mentality. Indeed, about me there. Yami one said, Bomia Mama Day. Now go for Mutie, Bebrea, or Muntuminfre. Or Mom was a platform, a Debbie America. Now, sir, preaching way, and a message way, and quote and cross and concordano. Well, money are dying because people are educated, professors, why doctors. And you know, and your papa, because the young woman only see the Western media, what beauty is on television. Without you doing anything about it, and okay, look at our football. I'm out 10 years. About go because that's what they see. Well, who's Stoke City? Nanga Stoke City. Any last bar. Why Jakotoko? Echo here. My television Stoke City. It's because of the media. Media no continue doing something that tend to be superior, and everybody adopt it. What do we do about it? Government is quiet. Everybody is quiet. Before you realize, nobody want to watch our premiership. Star no amadi dumua. Inti akataki tuana. Wa wonso obi apon oya kokko na wa fon why say no. Why they beauty no. And ato na adwin mu. Who do you blame? I don't blame that young girl or that businesswoman. So your role model, Papa. I done any. Not to TV so. It's only Papa Bongo for this idea, you know. And your mom was exposure, they will cooperate. Medicinal, Camarons, why you are Magana, I say, a young children have bomb cacra, Papa no near the Abba, Sunday we are here into your harvest. Camarons, why you are crown? Oh, Papa Smiley, who go investing, son, I come with them to whom. Now, at the time, in all our universities, Obia at Brescia had the shirt, Fuguso. Oba who said, Ghana University, I could have be at Brescia, I could any occasion be open, what does no, then the Fuguso. And it was nice and beautiful. Because all of us were seeing Camarons,
fire. Which period are you referring to? Which period are you referring to?
Who?
Which period are you referring to that everybody was running to go?
Not that people have been introducing a new word. Latter day said.
Where? Which period? Is it during Rollins' time or where?
Yeah, Rollins' time I'm talking about. Sometimes, so you should not Rollins' time now. So the point I'm saying that
you think I'll wear fugu for Rollins?
Let me land. If you don't like
Rollins, you think I'll wear fugu for Rollins?
But this is a fact. Papa, okay, yeah. At a day by near for the tie and die. Okay, yeah.
Tie and die.
I saw I be only Ghana or the other the country, one of his countries.
Fire, you know the dress they call Jeremy.
Let me ministers.
You know Jeremy.
Jeremy. I'm manning it. Why?
Almost share tie and die. No, all part of our country, people are going for tie and die. And the encroach for Abby. Almost share that could create scene against a concept. Now there was Papa Smiley. Now you knew. Now like Cote d'Ivoire. Who goes school? We are bank, Obi and tomato and the tire die. And abhorrence, emotion. Even today, and I'll tell you its benefit. I'll be Bemuria. So, Ryan's didn't grow for me to this year, and it was working for Kumasi everywhere. Miss Mini Bicrano, number more than 9 tire and die. Checks. Me, inquire. I feel the ocean, I know who I know, Masre. Adria Mensa, Asia Unia. better no what can I say? Oh, I do a share because make a green and white. Once somebody who the green and white, but I don't know different. No, I do a what's your and the thing just died. Do you know that unemployment near Kuno? Go to Cote d'Ivoire today, and you see that textile industry, one of the best in the world.
Fire. So you learn. If your J.J. Rawlings knew about unemployment through these ventures, he wouldn't have vilified and castigated people who could create this type of employment. Some of them run away from Ghana because of his hatred for entrepreneurship. And we are bearing the consequence up to today. This is the one you people are hailing. Look, these are people
sometimes I have a problem with you. It's not Rollins as a person. I'm talking about a concept. You see, sometimes
you are talking about concept. Don't bring Rollins in.
That's no human being
because Rollins didn't bring about
without a fault. Now that's one of the problem. I don't normally want to go that line. When I was starting, if you listen carefully, I said there's good and bad about him, but I want to leave this good. So let me just come out with a concept. This deals with our mind. Because that thing was being promulgated and being backed by the government, it was working. And people were wearing that tie and die. That is what I want to put across. It's not about Rollins. I have my big problem with him. But that's not going to say.
That was
all right. Abe, my fire near Queen, what it? Fire, run up near Queen.
Miriam, on that, not only Ghanaians, but any young African, whether South Africa or anywhere, this is our prophet. But you and I know we can also find some problems here and there because it's human being. But when there's a need for us to do on the good things, we have to. Indeed, I would like to differ from that. Even though Rollins have his problem, I'm talking about a concept that he introduced that was working. Oh, indeed, a bus side this one. Yeah, I can. But because around said the Abana argument, you are now asking me not to use it. I don't think it is fair.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Of our view.
Are you escaping, running away from me?
Maybe. I'm saying I'm so KBB.
I think the purpose of today's debate was that why Ghana and Africa in this year underdeveloped, developing, use creative potentials. Now, we started and I brought in the historical perspective and then the building but the kakami they come on and say I see Ghana, any Africa say, we are the only part of the world, this world back jettisoned, shredded meritocracy, which is the basis, the bane of every civilization. We are the progress, forward movement, meritocracy. Ya destroy ya twakre. Ye bibia aye tribal, we ya santini, enti amfani ha, we infantini amfani ha. Whether the person is qualified is secondary to us. Meritocracy is no. Why they say, you should be about ye buokrano. Obi open bibia bakotoko, yanya bro. We search in your for our out free. And no, Brony never says, Yamia, yam penny 40, ya kakwa, I feel your casaka say. Enti, Obi open bibia bakotoko. Does not necessarily mean that person or he's the most qualified for a specific job. And one said in a narrow mind, where Santini, maybe to be outside to be finding show. Abraham can cranny, Abbey and cranny, away Elijah and Samani, he will perform better. He's got all the qualifications. And that's what, man. This is one of the biggest problems that has caused Ghana to be an African in Accra. Maybe other people you're thinking in Greek philosophy. One identify 3 groups of human beings. One describe the tribes people, and the citizens, and there's another one. Now, the citizens, any nipa no enlightened, they will ask probing questions. But say progressively, since independence, 6th of March 1957, you are behaving like tribes people. Obi are previa about Nikrobi, Asantini, Penini, Asantini, the Dead Mamano, and Crane is doing the same thing, Fantini is doing the same thing, it's simply doing the same thing. We are not thinking as one unit called Ghana. Ghana, yeah, which transcends all the tribal, boundaries. And so, yeah, Ubekaya, your progress in your dear intimate Koso. Makasa Semusida, who call Abutre Babiana, Yena, Mima tribe and Chebusha, who compared to Maya. So if the Abrafona are thinking like we in Africa, Kabinu be of course, so we are not English, we are black. As your Babutra, they give us the job based on ability to work. That is not how Africans are behaving in Africa, in Ghana, in Africa. They don't give jobs to people based on ability to work and qualification. Large and macro university first class, who compared to some stupid manager will have to sleep with you. That is our problem. I want one of us to tell me, I think these are our own making. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe feel say your problem no. But who the problem solution is that and yet we see a thing of a one after friend and then we said and yet young can say young fitri said me we see a thing of the concerting of the corner. It is not after I didn't know that. Why do you continue to lick it? Tell me, does it make sense? When you are licking the back of your hand, it's bitter, it doesn't taste sweet, and you are still licking it. That means we are stupid. We should start thinking.
Answer, yeah, of a tune. Yeah, but yeah, what can was me? Say, when you follow, they had instances. No, Moody Busabe, we say, yes, baby, and you Busabe, Anna.
I'm wrong application. I bet the answer, and you know, I'm saying, no, Wafa. In its wrong application. What I say?
Are you telling me, sir, in Ghana, in Africa, your medical were based on meritocracy? Is that what you're saying? And
what about how do you know you're doing? It doesn't based on merit. And you know you're but
nobody has taught on meritocracy. And in a mass society progress. And no, and a mass progress about society be able meritocracy. Said the panel, me coffee to Rami Asantini. Nah, yeah, build a Ghana there. Said the panel free Bunduku Kuada over the right qualification and the ability to work, he must be given the job. Not necessarily say Asantini. No, but yeah, largely Ghana, no, but the other coffee, hey, when the Minion were coming, it was an old car at Adwa Yankee, Elsia Unia, near Sissi. What kind of mentality is this? What kind of mindset is this? It is hard, the problem that they are. Young find solution in here. Young something look at come. Now apply meritocracy. Me, you and I, we are trouble tree. Yamu said, and yet a friend. I do my way, I do my mean now. Because such a woman took to ground. Make coming here to my yard. Also, young and Kenya and you kid. But the white man give us a job. Go white one and you be what percent you want to cost. And I remember trouble to be 50 million, 2 months, the bar retirement. Ghana, Kabinyansa. So, another our problem. Let us all try to solve this problem.
Yo, thank you very much. Abe, Yankwe, quickly, why?
Yeah, Papa Smiley, yeah. Mr. Chum ended with meritocracy. It is one of the problems. And fire, look. When you talk about this, I was just reading about Joyce Ayi I mentioned earlier. she said Rollins was a junior at school. When Rollins was in Form 1, she was in Form 4 and gave her the job. We don't know what qualified her to be given that job. We don't even know what qualified her Rollins to come and cause that insurrection. But when he was in power, if you go to scholarship secretariat and they ask you in Aigbe, you cannot respond, finish. You will not go beyond, you will not go anywhere. You understand? And that is why we are, that is what has brought us to one of the issues which has brought us to where we are now. Fire, I never saw anything positive about that so-called insurrection you people call revolution. Because I don't, until somebody can tell me what was revolutionized, I will not see it as such. They use it as a means to enrich themselves. And you made a good point. What baffles me up to now is that our so-called leaders or ex-leaders, name them, from Rollins and all of them, their time, they have never put their experiences in a book to say, oh, when I was in leadership, this was what I thought we should have done, this is what the errors we made, and so on, so that subsequent leaders can even read and learn from it. They could say, oh, I mean, we were a bit maybe tribalistic or ethnocentric. I mean, they should put all of these things. But these people are there. They have not given us any returns. They have not given us any value for money. But we are maintaining them up to now. Look at the example Mr. Trum cited about Bilharzia. Bilharzia has been in Ghana for a long time. How many boreholes can one V8 provide for every region in Ghana? How many? Something that if you claim to be a leader with the interest of the people at heart, when you come across, you should cry every day till you solve that problem. Now look at Akufo-Addo. He is making swagger. All what is interested in, go and stand at the podium and talk nonsense. And people are hailing him to be leader. People are hailing him. He's doing what I don't want to hear cry about these people. He's doing what he can. He's one person, he cannot be. Do we care? All what we care about is the output you are churning. A whole community all suffering from Bilharzia. Are they no human beings? I don't know Ghanaians. Don't they have shares in the resources of Ghana? Do you understand? So when we talk of these things, please, I mean, we people will say, oh, so you don't like that? What Anochi came to see? We don't have any hope or anything. If your family or your children or something are having this Bilharzia, you will sit there and tell us hope. Hope. People are dying out of preventable things, and you are entertaining the idea of hope. Something that we can wipe out, we can solve.
All right, Abi, thank you very much. Now home is Sukakra. Why? Mema Ejaben Samremu quickly. And Sana you did a new issue not to pronounce. Why? Ejaben Sa Baba Subi.
Wait quickly. I Nimpoka there tie and die no ye. I be a the papa be around the buyer. Maintain Pakonase. Okay. Yeah, what three?
Time. I say, what's it? I said fire.
Okay, fire. Something can order withdraw.
Nipa.
Because there were three Tesla industries. There were cotton farm. Were not all. Three Tesla factories. A Tampapa, Opam Tari, Jamfi Brothers, Opam Jeremy, Pata and Yamanamantari.
My favorite Ghana woman.
Now, factories no go run se banner factories no go in a town. No, that the kudo. A conform bed sheet white, or die. Elna Michelin, no years up at the tie and day. Tessiara factories you on you may be mean. Bruni will win a crowd of British, Jama COVID-19 of almost a yes, I did not. A country that Ghana, your cotton farms. There were the Tesla factory. The Kosomo Tesla, you are upon Tema Tesla. Very good at the Tam Papa Mavorians in a northern Ghana, a friend upper water for Nigeria for water. Near Yeguho, near Club Renew. This is where our problem is. Tie and die, no, it was forced on us because once you go factories, in the cotton farm, when you've been instead of we'll go naked, I will cut on die. I got on. I got on that. I had this on the game. And carry time that to walk
too much.
No, fire. There is a soul. Somewhere we know. Jomi, you know that soul.
What can I put them cry?
All right then, Abby, Ejamensa, thank you very much. Right, that's it. Thank you. That's it. Now, Ejamensa, in fact, let me begin with you, right? Let me begin with you. Na yemfa saase mu yenye debe entonom. Yenkoma ni die no. Die ma ye be pie ha nyina ene say we wanted to know if being adventurous can be taught in classrooms, right? Is this something that can be taught? Because you want to say the you for chum ebe remind you know necessity is the mother of invention. So we share said the coronavirus you see by and how many people have responded to the call to awaken their creative self now. Let's just say necessity can awaken our creativity, but necessity in Maya ni busa say classroom and is this something that we can teach our children to be adventurous? What possible ways can we go around it in order to teach them to exercise or to awaken their creative minds? That was where the conversation started from. But obviously, people decide to go back a little bit before we going forward, right? Which is all right. You know, we'll be adding a view on this issue. Let's go to the next one, and then right after Ejamen Sayakasa call Prince the Bombardier. So now, Sassimi, on us why there Akabi Ejamen. I think over the weekend, we heard you say there's been a high number of recoveries when it comes to our coronavirus situation. So now I have been looking at some of the responses coming here and there. Some people are receiving this with some ill feeling. Some have mixed feeling, and some have a positive feeling as to the numbers now. Eba Sisiano. Obi busa say oma omunyina recover over the weekend, and I say the figures no oma recover the figures na beto abonten we dey all at prayer camps ana and ma omunyina recover a boom quickly sana na obi ane ne de many people are asking questions, but some people are so happy that many people have recovered. Ejamensa, in your view, no, right? Why do you think we have a mixture of feeling when it comes to this reportage? Abba say we have this huge number of recoveries in our country.
Oh, society no, your cynics fool.
You know what they?
Cynics.
Okay.
Cynicism. Now, sa test ya woyi. Ebu one day or test yimpa be about 1,000 people and now to 2,000. Now, why you acquire test and now analyze out of the 2,000 or no, it will be 50 and 100 are positive. No, after one. But I confine on baby. No, I'm going to go through a system. No, I test on beam. So twice. Until you find that for a period, what to my so many tests. So many tests, all you are or find out to say, be all why and what test one twice now a negative, no, I easy one. Until my numbers in our control. A lack of education, or no man call always frame and comfort.
And you know, also, your bulk testing, right?
Why a bulk testing? Every day, what's why you bear about the 20,000 or 10,000? Now, out of the 10,000, only know very positive. If we don't move, 200, and now 500.
We are talking about recoveries, but we
recovery I'm making. Why positive or confine on for about 14 days. No, what test won't be. Why negative? I don't confine for another 1 week, and after 2 weeks. No, why your second test? Negative twice. I know why release you. If we are within that period, numbers now why release you because you have the whole free vertical if now. Or by all the plane by no, they were about 10,000 something and 1,052 or so. Nimu at the about 80 were tested positive. Into that group, that group, so why are you second test? That's why negative. That's why negative. We release one at one go.
I see.
It's my numbers in here, damn. No, there at the prayer camp and I be them. They train them. Need a crowd be or big interview. Also, on a crowd of find no positive. It's just awkward. And we send be a second test. Test says the man Ojano. Oh, no,
okay.
What's we are a group of them? We are about 30, 40, 50 in one place. Or test one or test one as one night. We release them, then they go home.
Okay, all right. Thank you for very much for overview on this issue. What's it? That's it. Now, you could see Prince the Bombardier. Also,
now you are talking about adventures. Being a
adventures. That was what we discussed. We're discussing earlier on, and Eba Hasino. So, into the embrace him. No, Timmy Saba. No, I can't be why.
Okay, yo.
Thank you very much, Eja Mensa. And Prince the Bombardier. Impom to say.
No, I announce it.
Yamia no yes your holding party and your holding. You swap or watch a crack. Any your monitor tell the uncle. Why? Any part of the what Tom Sunny a report watching, but many people are receiving this information with various feelings. Osha DNT Anna Amanabasa, do the very ones who are receiving this information with ill feelings, do they have any stand to base that feeling on? Oma also fan say a good news, what is their stand? I almost accept to say such good news. Yanko never yanko. Why?
You meda was in the chief for meda a German Samato Munanka, fire chief, Neso Ebnada. Papa, I will say, BBM, science, organized knowledge, and obi who appointed say Nigeria Coco. Na at dear man at two map on Nigeria Coco, no said or desire in Mamia or send me replicate at least say closer and answer almost and answer met my deny say the mayor, my observation, Etidebia no say follow a certain way of observation at the intuition. Yarisha say no, Krobia a nedia, China for a bia and a ja. Yemen who says any more unknowns than knows the enemy does in the enemy, into then no you won't be into Obia a issue, a reaction, and you'll be a beam issue the same methodology, a beam you see the same to reach out their own conclusion. And to be fair, and no number word organization, not the Tricenca, in issue one, I can say, methodology, and can say, in cause virus, a beam case, Nicoso, Simbi, essence, said, Muhammad Corde, or Mukomonye, some other countries go on recorded. One when you been qua hospital corner, you're recording. And you buy an open say by Krama, you can pull testing what some say gun and you can test to no a boom. Na say be a comic positive negative, na say be a positive does say negative na whatever comes to say positive, and that's what they go in for individual testing. No, names and negative yeah, na see Janice and now acquire as the be a quiet messable liquid means a quiet immersible so they are jungle efra in no. Either in no mood do a sing a jungle better any into whatever say positive in the so and as a negative so na say anything maybe quite a what makes sense and maybe not negative back no the mood you saying positive no na say be so or eja no good for the church mu said yes it's acceptable anti over America yenye sa America do mu individually say come here say ka ha na ye sa protest na me say ye be ko be 50 million cry within a short time because who can kinetic cry state here 3 million and there's every day come nipa 100,000 boma or meet my intent but here the individual a one man one seat into be an them etitama sa data ni na buy no even no cases na kasem cry and kopo credit say bia ebi endusa na mo ebi amoy what the methodology Ghana use no and ama yin kwa kosoro yeah okay papa me ba sia
Ombade, you, yati, Abe.
Abi saying, Abu Akasa say that for Sabi.
Okay. Yanko fire, yanko. Why? Abe train. Why boss? What? So there. Said ya over before fire to the train answer. Yanko.
I came before fire, so don't try and mark me down.
First, Nkomoya boy, no. No offer. Mensa, in fact, I don't know why this man is here. Why you brutal, no for Mensa. Baba?
Koso.
One of the pocket party, Obukrame wafa, Anka, propaganda base or Ghana, no. Come on, time, Nibuzia time, yenya. What's what you said? That it was forced on Ghanaians. So, okay, I want to agree with him that I better say industries, no. I know this something Abba. So should he reject it? I have a problem. Indeed. Let's look at it from that concept. What is trying no? They all no. What they will fraba. So we shouldn't accept that one. Then we'll go to 0. I don't think even that one is acceptable the way we want things to be. Indeed. All right. Papa, let's talk about figures now, as you know. Recovery na abano. To me, I have no problem with it. Whether no mugu campaign, whether no mugu say, I have no. The point is that a life has been saved, and if we recover, na obayo hu obinim, na one osofo no aya adwen say na wo ye apache. I say we down answer there. What was it? I want to take it positive, say, indeed, those people have recovered. And I do not have the means by which Omode, so I want to agree with the government. But why are some people critical about this? It's because they don't trust our leadership. I don't know you. I said, and yet, Ghana and Kwao, you and I, when I'm saying, Boris Johnson, so follow parliamentary proceedings now. And now, on my 10 point, the Medical and Scientific Society of Kingdom. Almost said, no. What did you cry? My catches what it. So, and yet Ghana and Kwa, the scientific community, no, our Britain Hampo, no, almost see you are Boris idea why no. Go for if you will, because you were too late and your method was wrong. In the idea way, no, I say, me medical catcher say, emunti asieno, Edding. But, yeah, dear, no, Yamano, Ayasreka can say, our leaders, even if it is 2, they will say 20. So, therefore, even if they are telling us the truth, that people will still not believe them, unless some of us who want to be open minded, because I'm not control. Could you believe a vice president of a state travel for medical treatment? Then a news officially designed to deceive the people that he's tired. Now, Angela Merkel, why are you my 50 years? No, why the whole Europe? No, why tired, sir? Eh? Oh, was Buzia himself within the vice, and Kuma within the vice. These guys were working. A young man, they're beyond trop. Don't cast some papa. It is difficult for the people to believe. If I know, three things that Emanipa, I think one of the ancient time under the Greek. I know there are three things that Emanipa is very great. One of them, and hard work. What's that? Hard work. And now your intelligence. Our people are not honest. Papa. It's difficult to buy into it. Now, look at the banking issues. And then you're okay. It would discuss a quiet. Then they will say somewhere and declare profit. Not quite many, but on a very serious note, I want to end on this one, Papa. I don't know whether I have the figures, but I'll put something and read to you. You will see, sir, we need those of us maybe who are outside to tell the leadership of our country to look into what is happening. Because Nigeria, 130, 140. Now in Nigeria, and yet death. I'm talking about percentage. When you take 100,000 people, percentage of people that have attracted the virus, 0.5 from Nigeria. It's unacceptable. Like a small country or like ours, you know, that be unacceptable. Indeed, somebody had to speak to the leadership of our country that no, the method the government has taken has failed. There's no doubt about that. But a moment you want to tell some of this gospel truth, they will take it to be party issues. No. Figure, no. Make sure I say here. Just give me a minute. International Mami Kwana, maybe Mami Kwana, bro in a minute. But I don't know, say I'll be a one. It's about the international, all the countries are there. Ghana 0.5, Nigeria 0.5. Nigeria almost that way now. Say I was so you know, but percentage attracted disease, you know, and your recovery in America. Percentage of Ghanaians and Nigerians 0.5. Over. I didn't see na me bisa Ashi so tie me a Ashi. What say we anya wonti countries ni obi akọ independently. Na we na obuku no mu. Wase nkwa ye gine ti back. A true destruction they will come together. When they come to protecting, everybody will go in his own way. Obuku them. And bisa Ashi say, you Ashi. Where they come sabbatical, but was say Adam for the year they didn't come kakra. France method, Germany method, Britain method, the US. And now if say they are going to succeed. And I'm saying, yeah, test simple. Actually, not dream by. But today, again, we are seeing how superior the Germans when it comes to global issues. Recession, okay, recession, Gordon Brown. What did Britain Fosika? A command bank for? With the intention that the bank will borrow is the angel of growth. The private sector is the angel of growth. And our banks next cancel. And our session the German for the Mamino. Or yeah, elevation of like a poverty elevation exercise. Inti wakatua 1,000 no task. Near mama find a hard choco on Fabo Bra. Quickly, and I'm call recovery. The first ever country to come out from recession. Records are there. Obama no to papa so. The same thing, go and look at Tebu na mpesa me twema wa. Papa, yeah, na mo ye pu na ma ye bia ma me. say fire and so here new mobile phone. Oh, ne phone no. I didn't want to so, but because if you have a fire. What did I meet you?
Oh, 5 figures no, what do meter na?
And say, Ubahu, table no, my country na. Ubahu 100,000 people. No, my percentage debt near you. Nigeria there, now Ghana there. How can it be? So from the table, no, where you're Ghana for well, all the countries are there. You could say we have failed because look at our population. Let's say 0.5% of our people have attracted or are potent to track the virus. Now the same thing to a country of 140 million. That's a problem. That's a problem. The government, on your guidelines, I think attraction, Papa, it's not about me, Sadia, because we are I had a mission. What our chance to proactive. Recovery is not the answer. Recovery is not the answer. The problem is that you have to make sure that the people do not attract it. Where for attraction, government address that immediately. Forget about the recovery. We don't know what that is genuine recovery because in Sweden and some countries, in Colombia or Morocco, so one who needs to know they have got it again. The thing that we need to do is that Ghanaians will not attract it, and the rate at which we are attracting it, Cote d'Ivoire figures no, Nigeria, and to me, when you're a scientist, and I don't want to claim to be one, but I'm using my common sense, what we call elementary knowledge, that a country like Nigeria, over 100 million. Percentage to attract the same. Yeah, that the government should go back and then re-strategize and ensure that our people will not be prone to this virus.
Okay. Thank you very much. Me figures no I say anyway. But I offer you wait a message. Tremena Bombardier, yeah, the time near you can friends, Yaman Casa, we am about. Why?
Yeah, okay.
You Bombardier, uncle.
Let's say, I never trust a few on fire chiefs can be. She's here, no medium philosophy, and medium say. The obi aban bia do di baby me dey say Mrs. Phillips Majetum wo si wo ni 5,000 na you wo si recoveries ni 10,000 na you wo si wonya 100 million na case as you na say the 24 can also suban dey anato me kwa dey dey ya dey be pie dey yes so countries and other laboratories omutumi hide figures and che bia busi na pie na omoni mai dey omoni me bo afi the trade be so ya separate data so one day obviously okay kabuma and no say we say copy IMF any aban IMF say the aban man no about Ghana economy no on one kasa use the perimeters we say there be na contracting more than the na aban dia ba sanity after the IMF now no want me accuse a sitting government no so on one kasa damage control ma aban that's why we boosting with the Ghana and other third world countries no and one more interest in Nigeria or IMF one world man for your church or more workers no and they want me accuse na abembi aba IMF say economy good and you mutuminka it dey bia ko ba ye economy good o preach say na economy nye na IMF for you Ghana coronavirus na say it Uber America sa you trouble in the Trump in the man sha sentem and yi afi na ombesom quarantine as come the model crab no am think nipa best 80,000 do no matter change model say be could be more than that and this is in maka nipa na ba say no nipa 5,918 and enye bi e bi sikwa say bi kwa endusa because almost said yeah and go for you see go nje so mu say dey hu obi a ntobi o nji obi si o se na mane kwa no wo de koso me aka se mo doctor bia o ben sa no man o se na me bi obi hu bia no at least for 1,000 kan onu kwa din kaka 2,000 kwa me platform atimata platform kwa na start am gonna nyin to 200 or say because there are backlogs a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, and they do 2,000. One does Satam calling you 1,000 or can you say Satam workers and they do 2,000 and to me who 5,000 now, me a scientist, me a science. And today, no, you be marginal error. Me and Casam the margin error, if you say plus or minus, no man can figure out the count that come through. And I recovering so, and I know overnight, I'm still recovering increased by 900 plus. And no, Doctor in Siasari, on an former Director General for Ghana Health Service, no, see, some require say, nipa 1,500 no more waiting list. Yes, I call you another test. Say, when prove double negative, yeah, and say, you be jail, I'm more fee. Now, me they say, fire chief, they can't say, me no, since you who say, me catching Bobo say, and now you can also more ninja. Mama money say on when you a brother mama money say actually do one kwan recovering a year say nipa recover I send you and can quite be quite so that akobuchi the bedi kusu na say oh enwa upper northern region towns in the eastern region omu ba ko onya yare no bia ye ja ne say wa recover no omo ye part wo hwe picture na say omo no social distancing omo bushile say wa ya de how to say wa recover na akwese wo fi you odan Lazarus wo ko wo fom no wasaba no social distancing na you know but see who say one recover no one they lose about 30% of their lung function because at the end kokowa rawa entina na wonya shortness of breath no and e biem no e bi set me reinfection say entin de me catch them say one recover na me pese me kan wo nanado platforms but MSM refi enra asem na tama recovery asem by the me say they ya obisad but one medicine advice mama me say Ghana Health Service or more declaring corona economic copy or catch you say one and yes sebi wakoye HIV test so you negative in the wosani say you be on HIV koda wunya bi yare no say do because say akne de epno de bi na emu nso nda so to enti etisa wo aboa na so nipa no na opese upia de enso no sila no ebe kwa ko enso no to ni wan akne pon de bi eti the first we so we recover na so da so konenam obinto so wo do sa ko sum won horo nsa na won follow health protocol na e ya obituma yare ne nka say wonya you know so say no maka just they are more unknowns than knowns you say yare go nka wonya na ko recover na ko body na a building immunity. It's the next time I ran back home, or fast on that, not quickly, no, was send you know, or trigger a you know, white blood cells on cocoon. But since you must say, you know, imitating it to be a recover. Say, 1 year, you remember, after 2 lungs, Nama, what will be such a short of breath, will be war, something different. And you say, this is 18 year reinfection. It will move to a more recover, 1,750 pounds recover, and say, Ukofie no and the Ukofie name mum koya dear so ye go and say no more and just say shen one son called body baby you know what and you say papa yare na do nam contact tracing no contact tracing listen more people are getting interacted in the communities no obu okoto wache obu okoto kuku obu de okona dan for say ye jani tese ye say the only public and kwa na ya ban say obi etimi ko bia beside say not more than 25 people in the shiano obi etimi de ope ukodoma and ye say kwa de kejitene agbogboshi market ne o cash market ne e chense kotokone azbobo o kopodi twi ni we di pim we ne bi twi to ne bi se bi we enti yare no say one ho a ne say no ano very quick. It's immediately and my philosophy no so would 5,918 cases in YouTube and also would 1,750 for normal recover no na me the intermediate say no cry anyhow say that be who say a false data as well there BP no say na de no ko yen ko no say one yen enti no bia pa ne de enko na yesi 1,500 ye bon pa yesen ka 1,500 mo nyina ka munye double negative no bien ko fie the most important say who declare say the doctor catch no ko that hospital say ko for a emergency whatever that's who to wa na ya catch your doctor na pa check your BBI your pressure or blood pressure vitals nya kama na mum no bo bien say ko to wa che wo kwan ho cause gata no insu no and lettuce maybe ko mo de gata insu na obitumanya equal na say listeria and as you ko tolerance wa ho sa na mo nya diarrhea na wo yum hwie and a call you now just always say the call of one from this in soon a CBT filling and air didn't say upon one. That's how that's a cotton one room, sir. What's the Codidia? 1 year typhoid, I would make a call and I may. It made the Madisa Dia and make a Ghana has said, you who say what are recover them or mutimate or monitor coming your crank and your patag and mobile biansa, war recover. Yan can jump, sir. Abia Yeja on Ukofi. Nasi who say be who faces and say be a shortness of breath that so immediately pre omupe number be na yes omuko general hospital normal yenim de bia omude bakoye home ne omuseti one of the sentence say bia 1 hour recover say if anything comes up say bia if there's a new development about ha no mo pre na yema ambulance no dedicated ambulance for embe form ko yem ye jam so sra ye wa recover ne say jam ko bu enipanimu a obi a recover ne mentality just say de ho atono ene obetma ye do pe bia enu ne ma fix marks no a problem because we share fixed mass now. You have a poor sense of security. Also, say a normal meet me up and nippani. Then so you say face mask nimbo ha. Abuano bit mafim. Into corporate asha fixed mass slow when you be because abuano the size is 0.01 micron. Micron 1 micron here 1 over 1,000 of a meter. And the face mask na no the wash require N95 and quite to me capture just about 95%. Of that virus, you know, 95% I can be any so la with much N5, N95. I look at the best face mask with many be. And you know, media as to whatever which is using, whatever the Command Center for Scientific Research using, whatever the government apparatus or more using media and or more gas in the name. Let me say a question on data and say science organized knowledge, you know, and your scientists they are collating all the data, and now we are. A director of Ghana has said, Papa say you do Ghana do the peaking. So April 25th, Ghana as which speak me boy. And so quickly, any by statisticians there be say we speak there as a question of Bipono. We do Bipono a summit na Bipono pain for ma 2 things no so here. Either so bit na people so and that's what the form. And so the cases in Ghana doing pick there. I think you say declining, but from since that time, April 24 for Casa, increasing more than 3,000. Not just say Ghana doing pick. So people are monitoring. People are monitoring the US. The US are also monitoring the Chinese. Almost figures in, and then they are going to run regression. They are going to use several models. Who's are there now? Initial figures not bad. It's a across the Bible. Was this a poor acres and furniture? The Berian Jews are almost trust how they go back to look at the scripture to see say as some poor Kenya and the Kwana. And you know, media as a scientist, you know, I have my own informed decision. Meaning say, na me na hono. Me hanka se me zumi media. And I'm going to mobile no catch the things in the ecoso, but Abia political obino kind or see political science no use and as a biological science no use here. And ye the monko do baby say you know Papa okay George Finidi.
Nigerian.
Yeah, Nigeria that time no you born under 16 under 17. Nigeria didn't can get under 16 first, as I'm under 17. Omuko na George Finidi the best 25 and omko here 25 years so I don't say under 16 or something 16 and below. And omko here. And the Papa Anderlet for Beton call Belgium. I quit media center no a shot. I could 16 years no to shot. It you all yes Naja. I could acquire with the Ubonia quite with 15 years so could charge George Finidi. No so already Finidi a craton and now. Or Medical Hospital. You want a pania, you were panic on Nick require Casemo, won't me heal. Akwe George Finidi was no soon said the news was or some council and also assembly or say Yamian Queenie made George Finidi mean 16 years, maybe 25. Assembly okay. No boy in we are sure we have to Uber the sister didn't know because if or say young one in Pinipopa, no say there be into oh yeah, that you won't Pinipopa with me, so you also baby. Was it a man woman Pinipopa near Menan one can be because they could not turn it. And you know, woman, people still on signing form, waiver form said, what about happening to him? No, or much means to in underlet football team, no, signing Papa. Or signing where you're calling Penny for Panny Papa and then you know, Sana, Aquain, Ekun, and Equi. Side here. It may be about one that I am a panka, was my Pobeka. Their other scientists are not even Ghanaian scientists, they also wanted to consider once a Ghana recovery rate and content in the crown. Washington Post what American newspaper American no newspaper no American almost say they are trying to find out what is making Ghana's recovery in their content and so on the paper channel. So people are beginning, and scientists will find a means to come to Ghana. And now say they will call Ghana health and say, "Omufa data name." And now say the World Health Organization. What is the Nancy World Organization? Represent Obama also Omuba Ghana. Abe investigative data no more who say start pick pick a assertion abandoned by an ed at the sana. It is the video baby. Many people are monitoring you. It is a Ghana against Yare no internet pandemic no Ghana and Ghana Ponkwa dia senke Ghana Ponkwa dia nka China Ponkwa dia ka enko bebia. It once also recovery no mu say ade no yes ye person depend on back Ghana dia content na you become top of person who Ghana is using a methodology bit ma boy wiase na nti ye pankoma Italy pone America ni wiase pone na mu use na obam da hospitals ye yen na doctor upon this book omutuminya kwan enko omo yire no omoma enko je ni je ko se doctor for bebe at hospital bet edu okaboso mi kwa no omo family and the answer na cases no omo investigating na nti papa so the because mo nyine mu ko say the yesu ka no so na bebo no say you found maybe okugu you and ogu wheat na okoda sorry no na kwa say baby na nye you no you na dent na enwura be kan okweni ni say meba tamu chuku mani how me nyi taas no sa me ya o de mani nyina mbom ko o twabra ne ba en ye be sepeti wheat no every taas no mu it is say yare no bia say uba America ni Europe ye easy up kaka say is giving the scientists no time in the labs to do all the research they want to do and maybe ba me who said Ghana all the data na both recovery and cases no no cry Ghana ni bobu she Ghana next time we are pandemic bano Ghana ni be use some methodology no so you go say forces so dia and na and the kejua since some require say the obianji Dr. Bomo ba and no obianji mi disease kwa do obu babu me kwa na obi person no obi edum TV sana say kojo opon koma koye ti sana so man tie okay papa me da wa say yo wo ma me kwan na meet me acha ma jo sa de no
thank you very much Prince the Bombardier na abe twemie why na jaw de say wa ka bia na ma mafia enka kakra right after that no me ba so why mafia bama so
hello
bama so mafia
so my mama house adro
obi ajo so why
mafia me so papa
ai fire matie wa sama wo kanu pa matie ana matie ne Bombardier ka ejamensa ejechum metie ni nyina na nyame nko na metie me wo bi wa ha wonu su tie na nipa kro no twi ne ya ne den kakra nti obi sami ana metie na me ka tell so creativity the topic na creativity den ye twa na how can we teach creativity in our schools inti ni trend say Ghana no ya na root learning ya de oye Ghana ni mu na obepese obeka kakra e wo si inti me di phone name man no na wa kana dwene wo creativity Papa Smiley ho
all right I'm right here
okay
hello your name please sir
hi Daniel
hey Danny boy, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. How you doing, sir?
I'm also wonderful. Now I understand you can't speak our tree, isn't it?
No, yeah. So
no, yeah. Okay, all right. We will settle with the English. So what have you got for us this evening?
No. Well, I was just so that I heard that what the topic was you was talking about. And I was quite surprised because I wasn't aware that Ghanaians now have starting to encourage creativity in terms of within their children. Because growing up with Ghanaian parents who were in the UK, it was just go to school, become a doctor, lawyer, get grades. If I was supposed to say, I want to do football, like her couldn't do that. If I was supposed to say I want to do music, no, you'd be frowned upon. So I felt like creativity is kind of stifled within our culture, even though we have so much creativity within our culture. So it's kind of baffling when I was growing up because of all the different artwork, of all the different things that we see within our culture. But then our parents seem to have adopted this European mentality of, I don't know what it is, they've kind of went away from traditional or whatever it may have been, and I don't know, the kind of changed and how they've adopted or how they're trying to raise us isn't a way that's conducive of bringing out our creativity.
That's right.
And the ones that do end up being creative, actually, they probably have a lot of stories about how they had to come up against challenges where their parents told them no or didn't want to support them and such and such.
Well,
so I'll be happy if that changed.
Yes. You know, there is this musician in Ghana called Rex Omar. In one of his songs, he talks about the fact that creativity is only respected in civilized societies, right? And when you critically analyze that statement from that musician, you would understand that it is not every society that, you know, applauds creativity, right? It is only in civilized societies. As you were saying, back in Ghana, people would have possibly wanted to be musicians. People have possibly been wanting to become, you know, seamstress, tailors, and what have you. But parents will just enforce that they become doctors, they become engineers, they become this and that, right? So truly, parents stand in our way of expressing our creativity, and it is on point. But what we were trying to find out is, you know, creativity. One of the fuels of creativity is being adventurous, right? And we were asking ourselves, is it something that can be taught in schools as to how people can be adventurous? Is it something that can be taught in school? Because if you could realize, when this coronavirus saga came back in Ghana, many people are stepping into their creative skills, right? I think you've seen some videos as to people coming up with, you know, how they will be able to wash their hands without even touching whatever they're going to be using. You know, I think you've seen some videos to that effect.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So we could see that necessity is truly the mother of invention. But we were of the view that should we wait for necessity to come before we will be able to bring out our creative skills, or can we teach how to be adventurous in schools so that it is not going to be a thing of we waiting for, you know, catastrophe to befall on us before we will be able to step into our creative skills. That is what we have been discussing all along.
Okay. Yeah, well, in terms of being able to teach it or be able to encourage it, I don't know how we would be able to teach it, but it would be a good start if we was able to start encouraging it. Because in terms of, because I said I wouldn't want to stifle somebody who is cautious by nature to be feel that there's something wrong with them in terms of because they're trying to teach them or trying to get them to be something that they're not. But if you are, everyone should feel comfortable to be able to be adventurous if that's how they feel and what they want to be. So, and that usually comes from asking questions, questions that may seem like silly questions. But I do feel like in terms of being able to encourage, I think it starts from the encouragement, and then the adventurous people will end up leading the way. Because, because once again, if we start to try to teach in a rigid form, because once again, when you start to teach something, you start stifling the creativity.
That's right.
I don't know if, but in terms of encouraging, because I'm sure there's a point in once you go to art school or any form of school, teaching stops, and then you're left to now to start creating yourself, then you'll be judged amongst your peers. So maybe the basics.
The basics, right? You know, we have one gentleman here, Abe. He was talking of the fact that back in Ghana, we are taught of what to think and not how to think, right? And I asked him, so is he trying to tell us in his education from, say, class 1 all the way till university, he wasn't taught in any form as to how to think? The reply was simply no, right? So in your case, I would believe you were taught here in the United Kingdom, right? You were taught a little bit here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what are some of the things that you were taught that you can, you know, confidently say that it helped you to know how to think? I hope you know the difference between what to think and how to think, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what are some of the basic things that you were taught that helped you to, you know how to think?
I suppose we was encouraged to highlight things where, so being able to recognize when you see someone gives a good argument. So a good argument, because somebody may give a bad argument even though it's in support of your cause, but it doesn't mean you should support that argument. But even if someone's making an argument against something that you believe, but you understand that the argument actually, there's logic to it. They are following the formats of logic and how a conversation should flow. Therefore, you should be able to recognize it. So, and because what we find is, so that's kind of things that's encouraged. But mostly, the best thing is growing up in South London, I was exposed to multicultural. So every time I go into someone's house, a friend's house in school, there's always something that's making me question. Okay, this is different to how I do it in my house. This is how. This is why. This is what they believe. And so then you start to realize that there's not really one best way of doing something. But I feel like the main thing was just being exposed to other cultures, other things. So if there is a way for teaching maybe kids in Ghana or anything like that, trying to, especially with the use of the internet, things like that, making them link up with the other kids in getting online to see what's happening, actually have conversations with them, ask questions, because the same way how we're curious about people abroad, I've been sure they're curious about us as well. And it always was like that.
Wow. Interesting stuff. Were your parents, did your parents bring you up as a Christian?
I was loosely. I'll say yes and no, because I was going to would go to a Catholic school. I was christened. Did my first communion. But in terms of having the Bible read to me at home and things like that, their scripture and things like that, no. I came to the understanding and things like that myself through a whole another journey. But in terms of, I know I was aware that my parents were Christian, but at the same time, you see them, my mum would be pouring libation outside. And so I didn't know what was Christian and what wasn't Christian, growing up, because it was just little traditional African things mixed in with certain things.
So would you consider yourself still a Christian?
For the traditional.
Would you consider yourself still a Christian?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you're still a Christian?
More so than before.
Interesting. Fire, is there anything you would want to ask Daniel?
I think I'm enjoying the conversation, but I would like to ask him this. So, Daniel, what are some of the things that you recommend to the young ones that are being brought up here? I mean those kids that find themselves being Ghanaians by the virtue that their parents are Ghanaians and they are being born in this country. What are your recommendations to them? I like the way the corner that you were coming from. So you have some advice that you think would be,
Yes, increase, be proud. For me, growing up over here, there was a good period of time where it wasn't proud to be African. And I don't think our parents' generation was aware of what it was actually like. So growing up, so when we would go out to school and stuff like that, I don't think they actually knew what was really being said and how. So we had a lot of African guys, whether it's Ghanaian, Nigerian, pretending to be West Indian. But now, because now there's been a change and a lot of Africans are proud as coming out. It's been a change for many years. It's not just happened recently. It's been happening over the years. But we can feel it more, the images, the pride, the style, everything. It's like, it's what they're doing over there is affecting us over here, where previously it was what we did over here, or what we always perceived in England, that what we did over here in the US, the people in Africa is copying. But now, it seems like now we're copying the dances, the music, everything is coming from over there, and we should keep on doing it because the pride is growing within us, and we're happy to see it. It's really now. I can see. I used to ask kids, especially kids that was half African, half West Indian, are you African? Don't call me African. Now that's all they want to be. So keep doing what they're doing. Keep the creativity. Keep the pride, because that's what I'm feeling. That wasn't there in growing up in the 80s and the 90s. It wasn't there.
Interesting. So you've been wearing your African designs, African wears. You've been wearing all that, right?
when I go to festivals, I put on not hardcore. Yeah, I'm not there yet. But you know, here and there.
You are getting there. You are definitely getting there. You are
getting there.
When was the last time you went to Ghana?
Oh, now you're trying to embarrass me. Last time I went to Ghana, when I was 20 years ago.
How many years ago?
20 years.
20 years.
Yes.
Wow.
About 21 years ago.
Well, I won't ask you anything.
So it's like he's having a child at the university now.
When I went to Ghana, Daddy Lumbo was popping.
Oh, when you went to Ghana,
Daddy Lumbo was sorry.
Any plans of going to Ghana very soon?
Yeah, I was wanting to go to Ghana before this coronavirus thing kicked off. So as soon as the first available chance, I want to go there.
You want to go back to Ghana, right? I see. Yeah. I think you would have been a very good candidate for the year of return, right? Yeah. But I think you missed it. After 20 years, I think you should have returned. You know, last year you should have. you should have returned. Anyway, let's see if Abe has something for you before we let you off. Abe.
Yeah, Papa Smiley.
Have you got something for Daniel?
Well, Daniel, it's interesting listening to you. Do you think you have any interest in contributing to Africa? By way of doing business there, sojourning there, or do you have any such interest?
Yeah, I would. That would be. Yeah, I would. I do. It's not something that I know what to do or anything like that, but given the opportunity, I would. Yeah, what better cause? What better thing to get involved with?
If you say given the opportunity, I mean, you are partially a Ghanaian or African for that matter. I mean, you have the opportunity already in your hands. Do you think? I mean, it is. You pursue your interest more here or more in Africa? Where do you see your future life?
I suppose because I don't understand Twi or speak Twi, so it's until it's easier for me to communicate and get my point across how I want to speak. But so that's why over here it's easier for me. But I really would like to do something in Ghana, but who knows? It will depend on the opportunity and what the project is.
My advice to you is don't let the language rather gives you an advantage over somebody who grew up in Ghana, because we still have this cultural leaning, or Ghanaians or Africans still have this mentality that if you speak with British accent, probably you know more about what you need to do than the indigenous people. So the language should be an advantage rather than a disadvantage. But my second question is, when you interact with your friends, I mean your African brothers and sisters, not necessarily from Ghana, but from the diaspora, who were born here, grew up here, what sort of feedback do they give you? Do they feel happily here, or they feel, I could probably live a better life in Africa? Or I mean, what is the feedback you get from them?
So in terms of for Ghana, everyone's like, oh, Ghana. It seems like everybody wants to go Ghana or be part of Ghana. They say they've got a friend or family, they want to do something, build a house. And and so it's, in terms of going back home, it's the whole landscape. For me, a lot of it is changing now, because a lot of guys we see going to Europe or Spain as a little quick weekend holiday. But if we want to go somewhere, we'd rather go Africa, or they want to go to Jamaica, or they want to go back home, countries. So there's everybody would like to take opportunity, but a lot of people just feel like it's still foreign, it's still somewhere so far away and so distant and impossible, and how would I do that? Like it's just we just feel like there's a lot of people that probably would want to do something, but then it's always the fear of where do I take the first step? Who do I go to? What do I do? And that's what I find. So it always ends up as being talk, but no action.
Okay. Yeah. So my personal advice to you is, if you have it behind the background, that okay, one day I'd like to settle in Ghana, you need to be frequenting there, maybe once, twice a year, to get used to the environment. You understand? Because you have a better opportunity. I don't know what you're doing here, but I mean, I agree with you. So those of us who were not even born here, it reaches a point where you fear. You understand? But fortunately, this era has reduced much of the fear we have. You understand? We used to complain about medical healthcare facilities and all those things. If you are able to overcome that, I mean, you live and function better in any part in Africa, because you are not obvious in the crowd. It is the same people. I mean, you get the respect you need. You can do whatever you want, that sort of thing, and you can see the impact of your contribution, more than where we are at the moment. So it's good you have that level of consciousness, but it is up to you to decide how you want to use it. And one issue I want to, unfortunately,
Abe, I think hold on. I think he wants to say something before you go on to the next issue here. Daniel, let's carry on.
I just want to say, because of where you say like the contribution and things like that there, for especially for the diaspora, so whether it's in the UK, I believe it's probably the same way in America or anywhere else. When you use language like contribution, things like that, particularly for Africa, they're probably thinking, okay, what build a well or things like that. So we have to, because we've been programmed for such a long time to see Africa as being just having nothing. So the language and the words that you use have to be very good, because if you say the word, oh, I'm from this tribe, they actually think you're going running around with spears and stuff like that. They don't know what you're thinking about. And this is what I think maybe, yes, in terms of the communication, is missing, or maybe hasn't been expressed. Yeah. I'm very conscious of how every single list of words, and especially where you're going out on the radio and people are going to be hearing. But when you say things like contribution, I understand what you mean about whether it's business and what things you can do, but just for clarification for anybody else who may be listening who doesn't quite understand, it's not just about, in charity or trying to feed children, what contribution can you do to help the poor and things like that. It's not just that.
I see. Abe, I hope you've gotten the drift, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay.
Papa Smiley.
Papa, final one. Final one.
Okay. Final one. Okay. Back.
Okay. I think Abe wanted to say something else. 1 second, Fire. I think Abe wanted to say one last thing before you. So you hang on, Abe.
Yeah, I wanted to say that contribute or be up a creativity thing. I'm somebody of the school of thought that we need to
break you.
Abe,
hello?
Carry on. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm somebody of the school of thought that there are certain subject areas that we have overlooked, as well as training or bringing up people are concerned, like creativity, how to think, maybe ethics, and so on. We have grossly overlooked these things. Let me give you one example. Unfortunately, you were right. Our parents only see creativity, the negative side of creativity, because by then we've not developed these sort of industries or these sort of cultures. I have one of my cousins. He finished university in Ghana. Then we used to argue a lot on these things. Then one day he came here to do his master's. Then we used to argue about what our lecturers don't teach us, what they don't equip us to do. And he was arguing with me that, so what this professor is this. So when he came here one day, I was here when he called me. He said, look, I went to visit one of my lecturers. And when I was sitting there at his surgery, and I could see the man was playing sound. He was playing music with mathematical equations. And my cousin was somebody who likes music a lot. He's very musical. And he said, wow, I could not believe that. Do you understand? And I said, yes, Alaska, this is what we are talking about. Even though he's a mathematics lecturer, he's being creative in what he's doing. Because if you look at these complicated musical sounds, musical equipments and so on, it is not only musicians who do that, but intellectuals behind that. You understand? So this is a sort of creativity we should inculcate in our people. We need to, look at what is going on around us and make sure we enhance it. Do you understand? So this is a sort of creativity we need to. Creativity has nothing to do with, being a seamstress, of course, football and so on. You know some aspect of individual creativity. But we need to galvanize the whole thing into something which will benefit all of us. This is what we are not doing, and which makes people look down upon us. You understand?
All right.
Because they are making all the cars, they are making all the aircraft, they are making everything. And we don't do anything.
Okay, Abe.
You understand? This is some of us talk about.
Thank you very much. Now let's go to I think Mafia also want to come in a little bit before we go back to fire. Mafia.
Papa Smiley. Answer for the sake of Daniel Simenka Brofo.
So on to Nania Cabro for
Daniel or no Abro in team. Or ya kwanga me tire ni twisa me se Daniel ye fro se was me ho ye me se wo ho se was ye fro Daniel no one is already I can oko Ghana take dia ye born no akra wo fa hye oko Ghana na we di say 19 18 yeah 20 I my canny age 21 years ago, in 39. Papa Smiley was saying after 50.
Oh, dear. Come
Okay, so as a teacher, Daniel, I just wanted Daniel to give his views as someone who has been raised here as a Ghanaian in a Ghanaian family and what he's seen, and it's quite nice to hear from him, telling us the other side of the story. But, fortunately, I happen to be in education here. And I will say that it's not always been the same. When I started teaching in this country, there's been a lot of changes. Just after I started teaching, they started introducing letting the child take ownership of their own learning. By that, we mean making the child arrive at their own answers from questions they have asked, not questions you have asked. The child will have to come up with their own questions and find a way of arriving at an answer. Now, that is teaching creative thinking and making you an independent thinker and learner. When you are able to arrive at your own question and find a way of arriving at an answer or different answers to it, because some questions have more than one answer, then you become a creative thinker. And this is how the educational system is now. So there is no one method to divide. For instance, in Ghana, when you go to school, you're taught your timetables by the time you're 2. Here, they realize that when you teach timetables so early, the child doesn't understand. So until they're about 8 years old, they're taught about how to, different ways of grouping things. So they put beads on the floor. You can group them in 2s and 3s. When you group them in 2s, how many 2s do you get out of it? Timetables, they do arrays. How many lots of 3s are there? How many in each group 3? How many lots? How many all together? When they get to like 8, that's when we let them memorize their timetables, when they've come to understand why it is called multiplication, multiples of a certain number. That's just a little example. So this has been the case, but then they realized that they had leaned too far to one side, where the children were now able to think of different ways of doing things but they didn't have the knowledge or the memory. So now they're introducing a little bit of rote learning as well into the educational system, which wasn't like that before. So it turns out that, we need a bit of both. You need to be a creative thinker, but you need to be able to hold on to knowledge, to be able to retain, because if you don't have knowledge, you cannot articulate. If you want to say something and you do not have the knowledge about the thing, how do you articulate it? They did an example where they gave a comprehension test paper to children about the subject they had no idea about, and they struggled to answer the English comprehension paper. But when they gave the same comprehension paper to a group of children who knew about the subject yet were a bit of poor readers, they were able to do much better. So they've come to the realization that you need a bit of both. You need to be able to acquire knowledge by rote, capital cities, know where the continents are on the map and that kind of thing. And then you must also be able to come up with questions, generate your own questions and find ways of answering or solving that problem or arriving at the answers for the questions. So it's a bit of both. Now in Ghana, I don't know the educational system now, but when I went to school, it was all about rote learning, and we used to say chew, pour, pass, and forget.
That's
you
right.
learn it, you memorize, you go to the exams room, you pour it down. Daniel, I'm explaining to Daniel, and then when the test is over, you've forgotten because you didn't have the understanding. You need both. And the understanding, the teaching of the understanding is the creative bit. Creativity is not just painting. It's just being able to have an a mind that inquires, an inquiring mind.
That's right.
Question things. I think Daniel hit a bit on that. You need to be able to question. Being able to question is a sign of intelligence, and that should be taught. Children should be taught and given the skills to be able to question things and know that it is okay to question. It is okay to make mistakes without fear. There was a lot of fear in education where the cane was standing straight and you had to just spit something out, the pressure. So you should be able to have that freedom and the courage to question and know that questioning is part of learning, and that if you're able to question, then you should be able to think of other ways in which you could find the answer, the means to the answer, and also how the answer arrives. So for instance, if we teach area or perimeter in school, we don't give them a formula. Whereas in Ghana, you're given a formula. The perimeter of a rectangle is the length times breadth. The area of a triangle is half base times height. Why is that? We don't teach that. You just have to learn that and use the formula. Anytime you're given that, you insert the figures, you substitute and work it out. Here, you have to let the child find out what area is. If the surface is different, so how can we count it? Now we use square paper, count it in squares. Can we count it in circles? Can we use lines, diagonal lines to count? They even come to understand why the area is, is measured in squares, because it's the easier way to cover the surfaces. You can't do it diagonally. Now they do that. The children find out they count. They said, is there any way we can work this out without counting? So the children arrive at the formula themselves. So when they arrive at this formula, they don't forget it because they have the understanding and they can use it flexibly in different contexts.
That's right.
And this is the difference. And this is what we need to be teaching our children. Today, I'm very sad because I went out and I saw about 7 police officers arresting a young black guy. They were really like roughing him up. And I thought it would be very hypocritical of myself to walk by. I saw a couple of about 6 black people pass whilst I was there. And they all just went away. They looked and you could see that they were not happy with what they were seeing, but they just walked away. But I stopped and I asked them why they were doing that. And I said, you know what? he's so young. Why you don't need to use that much force on him. They were trying to put handcuffs on him. And I was wondering why. He wasn't even trying to run or anything, but they were roughing him up. So I said, look, you don't need to use that much force on him. And they stopped. They eased off, and I realized that they had reduced the amount of force they were using. And then they kept going on. And I saw that the guy was apparently driving, so they had his car, and they went inside, and they were searching the car, they found some Rizla, and they said, oh, what's this Rizla doing in your car? The boy wasn't answering. He was just saying, just let me go. What have I done? And they were looking in there. They found this metal. It looked like an area, the stick of an area. And it was also, they were looking at it, and then they put it in a specimen bag. They were taking stuff, like I saw something like a pen. They took it, put it in a specimen. Then I was standing there and I was watching. I said, that's not fair. Listen, his life matters, We're supposed to be social distance, and you're wearing no mask, and you're right in his face, and you're touching him. Yeah, they were touching him. They didn't have any mask on. You see, this whole thing about corona, I'm beginning to doubt it, because if it was that deadly, who would want to put their lives down like that over a little boy and risk without wearing masks? You see? And this is what this Nigerian audio that was going around was saying, that the RNA virus is always a tampered with one. The DNA ones are the natural occurring viruses. And when we have virus outbreaks, they usually are in different specific locations. They're not worldwide.
Okay.
The moment they start behaving like this, it means that it's been tampered with. So they're telling us that they've got the vaccine. It's all right here for them to get a vaccine. It's not all right for Madagascar to come up with some COVID.
No, how they make their money?
It's all right for them to come up with a vaccine, which apparently should be tested for at least 3 to 5 years before it becomes a proper vaccine. They said they're coming in within a few months, September, people should be able to try it. Is it that the vaccine was there already? The antidote, or whatever they've created. Is that why the police are not scared? And is that why they've told us to stay in so they can go out there and terrorize our young men? I was disgusted. And you know what? Because of the corona, I walk with no phone. When I go out, I don't take it because, the phone is the source of contamination. You get a call, you pick it, you text, and you're touching it all the time. So I just go out there because, after all, we're just home online, always glued to media. So it gives me a break. So I didn't have my phone. I would have videoed it.
I see.
Now, one of the policemen said to me, oh, Mom, if you would wait, I'll just come and talk to you. I said, okay, I'm standing here, I'm waiting. So he came, and then he told me that, there's a lot of crime going on around. People are killing people, and, they've just got a weapon in his car. I said, that metal thing, I saw it. You know what you find if you search my car? He said, what? I said, I've got a machete in my boot. But you know what I use that for? I use it to clear my husband's grave when I visited. And that's why it's there. It doesn't mean I'm going to kill anybody. That metal thing could have been led there by a mechanic or anybody. They said, oh, it's within his reach. And anyway, we can't tell you everything, but we know. I said, well, is he a target? He said, oh, we wouldn't want to use that word. I said, well, is he a suspect? He said, well, he's a full-grown adult, so I can't tell you. But, you can talk to him. I said, so are you going to take him away? He said, oh, I've been talking to you, so I've not really, I don't know what's going on. He had only been talking to me for a minute and a half the most. And he was telling me, anyway, eventually I said to him, I said, son, you know what, if you need a witness, but sorry, I have to go. I had been standing there for 20 minutes. This is the sort of thing that's going on. And this is why we need to be positive, put every bitterness behind, and make our focus the building of that continent. Even the people, like my younger brother said, the people who were born here now are craving for Africa. So let's put every difference away. Whether Rollins was bad, I hate him anyway, but I have to forgive him for the sake of Africa. Whether Nanado is suitable, no. Let's embrace every good if someone listens to Aquantufo Radio, they should want to go to Ghana, not have second thoughts.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mefia. Now, Daniel, we did the last question.
Daniel, hold on. Daniel.
One last question for him.
On any warfare, in social distancing,
Daniel.
Yeah.
One last question from the executive producer. He's asking,
okay,
are you looking forward to go to heaven?
Am I looking forward to go to heaven?
Yes.
Definitely. So yes, hopefully.
Which is which?
I believe so. Actually, no, I believe so. Yeah.
You believe so?
Yeah.
So
not
you are,
because I'm good enough.
You are looking forward to go to heaven, right?
Yes.
Have they told you where it is?
Have they told me where it is?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter wherever it is, as long as I'm in the presence of the Lord.
You will go to heaven, right?
I don't believe you are in his presence now.
No, but I'll be in his presence with freedom.
And what are you looking forward to in heaven?
What presence are you in now?
Pardon?
What are you looking forward to when you go to heaven?
Freedom.
Freedom, right? But you don't have the freedom here.
Freedom.
No. Freedom of desires, freedom of wants, freedom of needs, freedom of that. We don't have that. We don't have that here. Being truly free is when you have no desires, you have no wants, you have no needs. And if you're truly in the presence of grace, that shall be what you shall receive. Okay. Literally, I'm not looking forward to saying I'm going to be with lost ones or loved ones or this ones or that ones, because you have no it's a different, you'll be transformed and it's different. But that's my opinion. I ain't trying to throw that in no one's throat, because before somebody would get to the point of believing what I'm saying, you have to logically come to the conclusion that Christianity and God is true. So I don't expect nobody to believe what I'm saying just on that. That's not where the journey started. The journey started from, I'm sure maybe you have come across people who say, oh, how can you be a Christian because you're black and you only believe it because of slavery and they brought over the Christianity because of slavery. I believe that. And then a Christian person said to me, okay, Daniel, when was slavery? When was it, 16? When did Cumberland sail the ocean blue? 1692, Cumberland sailed the ocean blue? So what's our calendar? Our calendar starts from Jesus' birth, yeah? So 0. 1692, 0. So slavery happened was it 14 actually, 1902? 14. Yeah, so 1,400 years after Christianity was born. So how are you going to tell me that Christianity is a white man's religion, was only brought to black people because of slavery and this and ever? Fine, maybe that was the case, but Christianity was born way before then.
I see.
Yeah, so that killed. So I want to kill that myth for one. And then when people love to go around saying, "Oh my gosh, but the Bible's been changed. You have this version, you have that version, you have this version." Please, we go to the original text to make a translation. So all it is, you don't make a translation of a translation of a translation. You go to the original text. So if it's Aramaic, whether it's the Greek for the New Testament, whether it's the Aramaic and Hebrew for the Old Testament, you go to those ones. If you want to write it in German, you go to that one there, and then you make a translation. You don't make it from German to English to French to Spanish. That would be a translation, but that's not how Christians. But people always like to look. They don't think deeply about these matters. They just hear what they want to hear and make an accusation. But that is not the case. So when you think of it like that, then you're always getting a first generation of copy. So when it's you have the new King James, the new this, new that. Yes, it's a new up-to-date translation, because back in Shakespeare, you didn't speak like wow, we. So we would understand that now. So you would have to make a translation for how English and our language. So, but at the same time, if you really want to get deep into the text, yes, go back to learn the original of it. But then don't make accusations or say it's been changed. And when they say, oh yeah, but things have been added into the Bible. Okay, let's go for that one then. Didn't let the Bible start and it was spread. So somebody makes a change. So right now, if me and you, I buy you, me and you, we go to Sainsbury's right now, or we go to any shop and we buy a Bible, any book. We've got the same book. Then I write in the book, Daniel is the greatest guy in the world. Does that affect your book? So I might have a fake book now with the translation in it, but your book is still going to be the same. So how then is it there's going to be a worldwide conspiracy that people when the Bible spread to this country here, to that country there, to over here and over there, when this was Paul went all the way to India, all these kind of places, I think he died in Rome. all these places where it's spread, the Ethiopians have their churches, the earliest churches in there, they have their Bible. So you tell me, when was this the day of time where everybody came together to say, yes, we're going to put these things in there together to make this fake Bible? Yeah. When did that happen? It would have happened. That would have had to happen at the very beginning, before they knew anyone's going to come and say this, that, and the other. So this must be the most people, the biggest foresight ever in the world, to be able to put these things in there to put this together. And no, there's no errors. Yvonne just said there's errors in it. So anyone else to say there's errors in it. When you take eyewitnesses testimony, you're going to tell me that there's the same thing. Pardon? Is Noah's Ark practical?
I see.
So you want me to defend, as a Christian, you want me to defend Old Testament things. I'm not that. I'm not wise enough. I'm still on the journey. I don't know nothing. I'm just a guy from Peckham that know nothing. I can recognize good arguments. As I said. So literally, when you're going to dismiss something,
tell me if you have to be quiet, okay? Tell me if you have to be quiet. I see. It's been very, very interesting talking to you about heaven. Fire. Abranche Yebusa, we only asked him about heaven. No, you see, maybe I want boy in Dream free a dream.
Baby. No, what I say is on a journey. On your 100% sure. So you can't fully rely on what he's saying. That is his perspective for now. Because it's on a journey. But other than that, I will probably pop in and ask one or two things. But I'm much interested about this.
Fire. He says if you think he's coming off a cliff, I'll say if you think he's coming off a cliff, then you must love him and save him.
but I would not like to go to that tangent now because I like the passion and being born here, the experience, and then the creative thing. Whether I was going to ask him whether he would prefer formal or informal, which one, in his opinion, will work for us. And then maybe if there's one single thing that to him need to change, that will encourage people like him to love, to go back and give something as he prefer us to use. So I was going to ask him those two things. But about this heaven and those...
He doesn't understand the first one about the formal and informal.
You see, we're talking about creative, and Mafia, you have tried to explain to us. So I was going to ask him whether the formal, which is the classroom based, or we can have it as a way of bringing up the kids. That's the informal way. So which one, in his opinion, will work for the Africans, especially Ghanaians?
I feel like I have to agree with one. It's to take a bit of both, depending, maybe, I don't know, maybe leaning one way to one thing more than the other, but it has to be a combination of both. And I don't know enough to really be able to say which one would work best. I just don't really know. I can't really say, to tell the truth.
All right. So what is one single thing that, in your opinion, it's a bit of both. I agree with you. I think that is fine. A bit of both.
Still not sure because he doesn't have enough information.
So let's get to the second one. My second one is that, in your view now, what do you think is one single thing that you would like to see a change in Africa or in Ghana that will encourage people like you to love going back?
I don't know if I can mention, there's a YouTuber, Wadamaya. You know Wadamaya?
No.
Okay, there's a Ghanaian YouTuber called Wadamaya, and I don't know if anyone's heard of him, but for me, he really started highlighting what's going on in Ghana, especially he was living in China. He came over to Ghana because he didn't like the way blacks were being treated in China. And so he came back to Ghana and he was highlighting all positivity, all great images. He was showing the culture, and he's been a big major influencer in terms of how the rise in terms of people from diaspora traveling to Ghana. Even my partner's mother went to Ghana, and she's off the back of watching his videos. And I feel like things like that, and Ghana is portraying the culture and just being proud of it, and just being unapologetically Ghanaian is the way, because that's what, no compromising, because this is what we over here, I said, we're responding to it, responding to the confidence, responding to the chest out, being proud. So I just feel like more images, more showcasing more African talent and African thought and African just African culture is the way, because we're starving for it over here. We really are.
All right. Thanks for that.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much, Daniel, for time spent with us. Right. I think we will be glad to have you more often on such conversations. It's been quite interesting. Quite interesting. Okay.
I encourage him to tune in at this time because he works from home now.
Okay.
He had an early finish and broke the social distancing rule. I'm calling the police after he finishes eating the jollof and the jerk chicken.
All right then. Thank you, Mafia.
And then you know what will happen? You eat all four of them and lock the car and take off. Even when they spray pepper in his eyes, he will feel it.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mafia. Thank you. All right then. Thank you very much, Daniel. All right. Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. You. Bye. Fire. Now say.
Baba. What was that? Now Mafia was talking about creativity. No. Now me pa, but say. Being a Ghanaian and being in the industry or education sector, I'm thinking different the way we teach our kids. Now, I'm say a creative thinking and a chair there. One of creativity, creativity you to apply. Into now, do apply science. When you are creative, you apply the thing. Into be a creative piano, who are the physical, I applied. Indeed, when you apply something, and so also you ask questions. Now, who beside questions now? One of the things that you always come across is alternative. And Recoveries say creative learning and studies and improve where they will look for alternative. Bowling, Ombeking, Amayanum, IBB, then they will do the administrative work or clerical job. Then, according to so when you be last 6 months, we say about 2.1. That is the only thing they will do. No, that is not what we want. What we want is you being able to apply. How do you apply? By asking questions and looking for alternative. In the Obiakacho say you in yet. What the answer say? What can I say you in yet? In the memo you are not doing justice to yourself and the community that you are serving. What is your investigation? What are the questions you have asked? And what are the alternatives? And one say we in yet. Indeed, also done a question about the baby not the fan. Because not here, no one shadow on one so every game. Is any bombarded kind. In the world humor, anyone say, there is an alternative in it. And then there's alternatives. There is this or that. There's that. Indeed, a time has come. I think that is the type of learning I would like to see back home, but not giving me the same thing and your creativity free. It costs 90. In the moment, Yama Sadiano, as a today, as I'm speaking, majority of our leaders or educated people, they see nothing wrong with our education. They don't see anything wrong with it. And that is also a problem. Defining the problem well is a halfway solved. So if you don't see the problem, you can't define it. How do you solve it? They don't see there's a problem. But maybe you can cry or they are phenomenal. How the child has to own his own education. That was about 2 years ago now, many man the discussion,
na me offer kojo of course to oya de nti o ma person be doctor Debbie ja kwa no ma ono a enka ade a ope so be a computer games. That is what he wants to do. Forget about say it could be good to do a doctor. No, and you're creative. Oh, into your career doctor, because at the end of the no, infinimu, or my main papa, and on my saying, that's it, acquire basa. Oh, indeed, most people, even in our country today, they are doctors, they are lawyers. Look at a lawyer in Ghana court. A lawyer, what you radio so cancer, M2M just lawyer pa no bisa question we. Oh, now you think a lawyer, by the virtue one of his work is investigating, no, or bisa questioner, and will be bisa the questioner. But who different opinion be? I don't say it. Oh, indeed, I hope, sir, as we using this medium, no, people will join us, so that if not this government, future government, by those say we need to redefine our education. Root na afana and yechum and I'm why so. I'm why. Hey, there be you know the example. Hey, this year, only no afa no can't send back one. It's pathetic, mom. Say my or more bear or more skinnier, you know. What is the alternative that our educated people have put there? Say anka we are dark the same year. You mean you be ankuto, you be yemua. O color na dark no a bear femo. Do we have that on the market? Oh, in the common sense nini say only akwadati na afraid you will fear na drinks room no access to go and take it up. Unim say when you baby be at the whole day you offer some condom you condom drink. But if he doesn't have it, you look for a way. What about Kusuana or Okuta? Oh, indeed, let's educate our people in a way that will give us alternatives. And the way now, young baby, alternatives in the world. Papa, me say me can't dear bina a damn me can't dear no. I say, what's he about though? Say, Papa, Obia Kotio you, a professor, but Onimpo say, Sana Yahweh Israel for Yahweh no, or Yere, Onim in the temple. Oh, Yere. Because when they were in Egypt, the Egyptians, God, had a wife. The same thing on Musukope. Oma Kobaso. Unim in Bomba can be because this is documented. As I say, but our people have this mental, but Oman documenting, but one side the pet, Omudi bullying, in so. The creativity there, I hope, sir, is something we need to look into it much deeper. Then many also make Japan for the Japan for. Yes, sir.
The documentation, we are still not documenting it, have we?
No, but we have to.
Exactly. We are still not all in all aspects of our lives, academia, chieftaincy, everything. We are not documenting anything because people don't behave upright. They feel when they write something contrarily, they will be held accountable for that. So to avoid those things, they don't write. It is in their head. Then we all leave it behind and go. You understand? People who have led us, we expect them to tell us what they did wrong, what went wrong, so that we will not repeat it. But they are still working. And they want us to still respect them as demigods. Impossible to some of us. Do you understand? Some of us will not do it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because we expect people to, apart from the books in
I want to, you mentioned chieftaincy. I want to ask something that Uncle came out in the first point about the way we select our chiefs. Papa, hey, that ebeno, it does not apply to when in a traditional way, 50, 100 years ago, or 40, if they want to select the chief, say, but in recent times, so Latter-day Saints, as you were using, and that was no Nikumasi. Yeah. No more. He was well rooted with the NDC at that time, backing him. But the elders rejected him. This is a good example. When it comes to picking the chief of a village, no matter, I know a guy who was in Legon and he was working in Takrady. There was a paramount chief, a place called Benin. They said, no, he's not qualified. It's a guy who have this. The guy was, I think, in science, he just completed O level. But indeed, you could see the difference. So when it comes to selection of chiefs, in those days, without bribe, they will always pick the best one. And if you look at our chiefs, you could see if we have followed that standard today, we won't be here.
All right. Yo, fire.
Sometimes, you know, you bet me after a beno, near cost a beno, I come different thing. But so apply a beno, a year was there. A baby in growth for a baby. It have about 90% positive. And because of a statement, you know, you can always have 10% criticism of anything, whether because of Martin Luther, his statement, or any other adage any human being have put there, or philosophy. When you look at it, 10%, if you don't get any criticism, it means it's not a statement. But indeed, you should get about 90% or 80% good from that thing. And that's why epiloguing, I disagree with Germansa and Abby that there's nothing good you can talk about Lawrence. No, there is. But one could say, I against him. One could say a lot of things, damages, the change that he was doing that we couldn't see the change. But there will be one or two good things that we can also mention. Even that, to me, it's not genuine academic exercise. That you have set a topic without finding any advantage for that given topic. No.
Mention two of the good side of Rollins. Mention two.
Fire, also mention two. If you are not sure, when you are prompt na two now.
Number one, I want you to come with me on this, that any good thing that happened to us, there are positive side. If you agree, then I'll give you not even two, I'll give you 15 without referring to any book. If you agree that anything that happened to humanity,
assuming I said yes, there are plans.
If you agree with me, then I'll go and mention some of the positive things about Lawrence. But if you disagree, then it should be exercised in futility. I don't do that.
Tell me two.
Huh? No. Baba, it's not my kind of thing. Me say, so Ojib to me say, if you agree with me that anything that happened to humanity, there will be good side of it, and there will be bad. Sometimes the bad will outweigh the good. I have no problem with that. But at least I'm supposed to see some positive in that thing. If I can't find any positive, that thing never happened. That is my philosophy. If anything happened and there's no good thing in it, that thing never happened. But at times, the bad will outweigh the good. I have no problem. So if you agree with that statement, then I'll give you more than two. Okay. That's what they call me fire chief.
All right.
You don't come here and get fire chief for nothing.
Fire. Where you are dealing. Hold on. Fire, when you are dealing of a solution to a problem, you yourself raise that problem as an issue. You came to kill people because of that issue. Do you understand? And in the end, you fail to deal with that, solve that particular issue. But rather, you propagate and compound that issue. Whatever you achieve is periphery. You understand? I can give you two or more things Rollins did. Do you understand? Two or more things he did. But compared to the reason why
he did in good sense or bad sense.
It is not.
It is generic, isn't it?
What do you mean by generic? I can give you two instances.
One is you can give me two or three things he did. It can be positive or negative. So I want you to be specific that
So why don't you? I've told you the overriding reason why I said he's a failure. He just kills people.
I have no problem with that. That does not mean that there was nothing positive in his 90 years.
Let me tell you.
That's why I have a problem with you.
Let me give you two things I thought he did okay. It was mere okay. Somebody could have done it. But the overriding reason. Look, let me tell you. The loan,
two things he did okay. Then just that. There's no need for argument. Can we introduce a new topic? If you are going to tell us 2 things he did okay, that's okay. We can call it merit.
His overriding goal for killing people was never achieved. He rather compounded it. Mama alone, the amount of corruption that Mama alone has done is more than the 6 or so people he killed combined. You understand? More than a Champon, all of those people he killed combined. And you are telling me he did something?
Okay. All right, then.
If any of them were your father, uncle, or something, you will sit there and say it's okay.
Okay. All right, then.
Everything he achieved was periphery.
You, Abby.
Were anecdotal.
You, thank you very much, Abby. Right.
I can give you some of the things he achieved, but they were anecdotal compared to the main reason why he came to power.
Okay.
He took our parents' money. We don't know up to now. We don't know where all those monies are. And you are telling me we should do what?
Okay. All right then, Abby. Thank you very much. Opening Trinidad Samoa, France. Or say bonsoir. Let's say French abem. About this creativity issue, to me, we in Africa are so lucky that we can copy better and more faster. From the guys in Kumasi magazine, as those semi-educated guys are more brilliant engineers than those in KNUST. People are brilliant in Ghana, but it's all a matter of at least getting some items already in the market for others to start copying. Then they can improve upon their usage and even adapt them to suit our environment. Or, if only what we will produce won't be termed as local to undermine our products. We will say, on a more serious note, if we don't teach the most sincere creativity, being honesty, and truthfulness, I don't think we can go far. Yo, opening Asamoah.
Papa Smiley. Papa Smiley, let me have a quick reaction.
That will be your final word. Why? Your final word as well, Lintino. Kona Emma Bombardi and Sonka to Ebony Uncle.
Papa, I agree with what is said, but what we need, there is a principle called creative destruction. You understand? Creative destruction. And I think I've raised this issue here before. What we call value engineering. You acquire, because so far all the countries around us who are developed, the Western world, the Chinese and so on, that is what they did. They go around and buy their competitors' products, dismantle it, and see whether they can make it better, whether they can make a copy of that, and so on. But we can do this if we have a sort of a strategy to catch up or even leapfrog these people. Do you understand? The reason why personally I'm disappointed about this Akufo-Addo is this. This man said he was coming to industrialize Ghana. We were all waiting to see what that industrial strategy will be like. But if I use the word short change, maybe it's even an understatement. He has sold, what would I say? He has sold some to us as if, what he's starting around is no more near any industrialization thing. Do you understand? If we really wanted to catch up, imagine we buy a car or cars and send it to, we have a national policy. We can do some of this surreptitiously, secretly, or in a as part of our strategy. Organize these Kumasi boys. Organize this man who is doing cars. Let's see how best we can make these things better. We can customize that. We can make it to our environment. And we do this for 5-10 years and see whether we cannot compete with these people. We restrict our creations and inventions only to the African market. This is what the Indians are doing now. the Indian cars. Do you remember? There are some names, Indian cars. You know what they are doing? They started from their place, and now they are selling it to Africa. They are using Africa. They are using Africa as a test ground, so that will give them the feedback to improve the cars and be competitive.
Okay. All right, Abi. Those
Mahindra cars and all those things. Have you seen a Mahindra car here? Have you seen it here? But they are full in our territory. So the strategy they are pursuing.
Okay. All right then. Abi, that's it. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, Bombardier. Also, Faka Crassos way. Crassos on the uncle.
Yeah. Madam Munas, no, yes, 6 million Ghana cedis, no, a bambas or channel. This is no modalities in Amsaba, yes, it's a winner 10 number, tax, identification number, and a BMS on either bank account and answer Momo. It's almost a only tackles for telecommunication for an agent, is or apply, or say, who apply? I'll say the telcos will assess the application and issue a recommendation. Once the recommendation is made, funds will be dispersed directly to successful applicants. Disbursements will be made by mobile money transaction or direct linking. But this is not me because since you at the end stimulus, a stimulus loan and I say a stimulus loan and a stimulus package. If we say we know secure the more you see after 3 years ago. Now 2 or 3 years no pay a 5% interest annually. And he is a minimum my memoir a baby technical stuff because also apply online. Minimum acquire say will be autonomous money and I say be and watching or based on COVID about apply. And I hope say yes, software in Quantum name computer no here and na computer no here na software in here. The better chance or my BBA we name no or more some benefit a mumu na most of them here microphone or more which constitutes about almost 80% of our economy say a national board for small scale industry one called Penco for ama mo sanko foi ama mo apply online na so mu ja so wan hwe ya papa zamam kese ya kusku no nka se wi asinyina nipa mtumoden ya kusku ye tumoden papa kakre bi na omadwene da ho wan hwe ya fisam ya sika be nkofo bebre ebeko can say register general normal register companies as micro normal register nyina ko so mo no apply online it message sika no omo his can pay dodona na anko school sebi ena but omo te economics na se pepe makaya se ma memo mo dwom no omo te economics kwa se ba omiamo ne kwa advancement mo kwa cause omo na de bi omo ye demand and supply quantity demanded and excess supply in excess men ya omo nim in different scale no and omo se nim this cost criteria ni na so ebia omo hwe krata mu a eno hontimi kan me ka se na mo university me catch say mechanical engineering omo de car o maye by car na enko reverse ti say o sia so pajo wa e say akose circumambulation of carbon o asa wucha carbon na yen hwe echi wan hwe a enipa be 2 million betiti ya so kwa ma wada na entwinam entino sa na akoye na yes one magazine for smido almost the bus of my shekama bus and the typical reverse equipment na so na ya juice ya cocaine no omujin so munum nyansa munum ne miama ensuka no ye ne enko reverse na papa ka enko reverse de eninka wan hye kwan ka ye oseka the typical reverse na wetimi ase vitamin energy cause obeso ko reverse a edise kan ko twa no 360 na begina origin debi we see time and fuel entino mesle sikana bano enkopo bebre be hia no momboa wo mo se de na micro for no finance for mo ko edwom no omama maya shatare kama omguta mu ekolak ne dade no makodwom sika no omomo dia so menya so ya omomo ndero so bibia no all the 9 local languages are used in school ni na no omotuma GBC ni all the radio stations na eko echire no omontumi kanche no omonchom bebi omonko na se de ye registration for BC so omkopo kuswa say independence work kwa mokwa omunya social distancing no na mo fanyansa apply na mo fan konwani ade no na mamefo na yibo amonya ntobase na ma church omudi nyina kwa because ade e kote ko die bu okra phone ko kuta no de onima say obemia I can say o receive ko na say o stop ko no eno ano de akbia no oni WhatsApp bi eni adwuma on Instagram Instagram ono munye adwuma no we ni no ma no ma kitikiti I say ko o expect say o meye o be after na papa asma mi ko bo so chire ya is we nya bi sika kwa no already guta Ghana Union of Traders Association of Ghana omo de ba say kwan ya ye national in the small scale industries omo generate sa 200,000 say omo na be benefit no omo no manya because omo pa list bia enkoma sa ine enti sa 200,000 papa ya bitima ka just show ya 600,000 no it can so nyiske bia o se na no find the ba say enipa be say omo hwe enipa omo lusi one a sector of the economy no omo de ba say enipa omo lusi can between 7,000 to almost 20,000 and then go hwere enti I don't know how much omo de be mo bia enti yen share ho no ye na bia ko ye ndase.
Thank you very much Bombardier. Na yama fire and some faka crown so swear the answer so fire and the fire
8 and the papa
and yeah also for 2 minutes here the answer so why
yo papa me dasi I'm say Bombardier I can't it's got no handsome as usual you know what will happen more especially you know akoye election year me de memfa mano anko bebre but I hope say majority of the needed people and those that the virus no are stuck on business no will in a way have a small cushion and the right thing will be done and your business as usual so that the real people who should get it no or more edition as have been happening in the country winning scholarship go for munya and so on and so forth where somebody with PhD go and put his hand scholarship founder nkoda omo tikobo nzurozo say yede more education no parliamentarians they will go and use it. But Abby, I think I'll try and then send some of my articles that about Africa and Ghana and the way the same thing that MB before I adopt too. They destroy say mama corruption. But corruption yet to be who says here, you know, October now can want them. And then why can we argument say don't attack the opponent? Prevent it. This have been Asian politics, and the NPP are good at it. Today, Governor Benimo, teacher have repeated itself. Governor Benin, the offer aggregation of money wasted by government, this government, and what so. But you are going to accuse another person, though. They will destroy the person. But they are doing the very same thing as this here, Abby. Oma can't turn on Zuadi Monzo Cabino. More Oya accountant, my own amount spent even by Mahama government on farmers' account. Now, young amount spent by corruption and SU Abayam, who is who? You may say, Baku a robber. And Baku armed. And the armed are this MPP guys. Robbing of our nation, they are armed. Mibisa will be our platform so or beyond listening. Have you ever seen a Chief Justice appointed as a president of a country before? History repeating itself. The media are quiet. The whole media spectrum are quiet. A judge of our land have endorsed physically a judge on your illiterate. A judge have endorsed a certain president in an election year, which is against 7 code of the judicial ethics. 7 and a woman. It repeated 7 times that the judge should be neutral. The judge should not support any candidate. And yes, we are only ordinary SSO. What university graduate and have been called to their bench, openly reading to the masses that we have endorsed a certain president. A certain president will say, this is your reward. I have appointed you as a Supreme Court judge. The media of Ghana are quiet, forgetting that history has repeated itself.
All right, fire. The next program is coming next. So first, we can have time to talk about this. Why?
What is Supreme Court and ban the CPP? What's saying Nkrumah na corrupt? What's saying Nkrumah ma bandina CPP? Why corrupt? They ban CPP. One man ban the CPP, and he was rewarded to be the president of our country. And then CBU. The whole media, fire no. This corruption better you. If you accuse your opponent of willfully causing financial loss, tell me stealing, show me who your accountant, show me the figures. Because who got 10 cities, make me 25 cities in any open market. My more contract and tomorrow I can renegotiate it. Now, Santa Tony Blair couldn't 10 times. There's a company called Bafa BT. Hospitals or them man almost seeing the new government find that it was expensive. Or the call common sense. The British are using it because once you give a contract, another person who have come can renegotiate it. You know you are in the business. Is that what you're talking about? Near the desire. Where you corrupt? Where you corrupt? And what have you done?
You
to prevent so that another person will not do it? Just give me that one. Let me clap for you and go and campaign for you.
Okay.
I'm not interested to tell me what somebody have done. What have you done after getting access to governor?
All right. Yo, thank you very much. Fire. Na Petro. Where the question we remember there? Abi, because I am man Kasabium. Question we remember there. Shall say Nyamiad Mawach now say. Can you please ask Oja to bring out his prescription in connection with our COVID-19 fight? Let's just say, or here with you as to how we will be able to get ourselves out of this COVID-19 fight. Nyamiad Mawach na fire. Kai.
The question is coming from. As man in the council. I won't pretend to be a scientist or a medical practitioner, but over elementary knowledge, I will tell you where we have to be. I'm not going to criticize what the government did wrong because you can see it yourself. So there's no need. But I'll tell you a few things that I think the government should do, especially with our tertiary institution and the SS.
Okay. All right.
I also have my own plan, which may be workable in the exam.
Yeah, you're finding much now. All
right. So get to say anything that happened, even COVID KSC, what is our advantage? COVID KSC, but it have a lot of advantages that we can tap into it.
That's right.
Anything that happened to humanity, the advantage, you know what disadvantage you are, it never happened.
It never happened. You fire home is where what it na fancy and then Kwaku Eduardo say COVID no, I saw oba no, or in China asem kese, uni uchenzwa asem kese. Yen fancy na nyame adma ochna ye metwa so. Na say kese nkomo obi bia who's been part of today's show. Special thanks to Daniel. Obaboy nkomo pa ene. Said me kind and we will do our best just to see every now and then if we were able to get him to, share his experience with us. Also I'll do a video to our 24 radio na say kese enkomao na Shannon so nyame admuch na ya besa abeto adwumadi ne so a question and answers version of Bamaso. Sam radio ya cross over to Ghana na ya the hour of awakening and empowerment dwumadi no abro medino Papa Smile me na mde dwumadi hu chiame. Thanks to my able producers Big Man Achibobo and Mr. Kwaku Bedu Ado. Until tomorrow, bye bye.
Your attention makes me feel special. You from know. We've been walking through sticks and stones for so long. The pictures be brave on phone so can me. Would you ever pray on my phone so bad? Why you do worry when people see me with you? Why you the bar that I posted a picture we took? If the love we share is real, or do you way post to me? And from entertainment, post to me.
This is Aquento for Radio.
Post me on Twitter, post to me.